Ms. Matias, we are live and streaming on YouTube. You may proceed.
Okay, good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standard and Appeals. Something's echoing.
And someone needs to mute.
Could all of the commissioners mute their personal computers, please?
Yeah, just give it a minute. Just one moment, please. My video, I'm sorry. Okay, you ready?
Can you disconnect from computer audio?
Commissioner Yoon, is your computer muted?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Ali Brown, just check to see if your speaker's muted.
Mine's muted.
Okay.
I don't, sounds like it's coming from here.
Testing. Okay.
Good? Madam Chair, your camera? Okay,
Testing.
hello? Let's pull it down.
I
No,
think we're good.
zero.
Good morning. We will be beginning in about 10 or 15. Good morning. We'll be beginning in 10 or 15 minutes to allow full participation of all commissioners.
Okay, so pause that.
Okay, this session is going to be paused.
Please restart. We cannot hear you.
Okay. Ready? Can
Yes.
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Review Session for February 12th, 2024. Please be reminded, there is no public testimony during the review session. We will begin with the BSA proposed rule changes.
And we will begin with the proposed rule change as a review session, and after the review session, we will begin the public hearing on the rule change. This rule change permits the Board of Standards and Appeals to propose to create Appendix E to its rules to codify existing Type 2 rules which have existed under 62 RCNY 5-05 under the Department of City Planning's Type 2 list, and exempt certain housing actions from SECRA, State Environmental Quality Review Act, and SEEKR, City Environmental Quality Review. I will now invite the board's SEEKR officer to speak.
Thank you, Chase. I'll give a brief presentation about this proposal. The proposed BSA Type 2 list will encompass items related to the multi-agency Green Fast Track for Environmental Review initiative and will formalize existing BSA Type 2 actions. During this review session, I will utilize several slides provided by the Department of City Planning, DCP, related to these topics. DCP and BSA, along with experts from other city agencies, have been working on the environmental review for the Green Fast Track proposal. Full presentations and supporting documents are available on the DCP website. BSA actions can be classified as unlisted Type 1 or Type 2. Unlisted and Type 1 actions require environmental review. Every city agency is authorized by state regulations to adopt its own Type 2 list. As long as they have no significant adverse impact on the environment and cannot be a Type 1 action. Apologize, there's two. Okay. The first part of the proposed Appendix E Type 2 list will codify certain BSA projects and prerequisites that were previously deemed exempt from environmental review. This happened in 2014 under 62 RCN 505, which is the Department of City Planning rules. As you are familiar, these include special permits for radio television towers pursuant to 7330, special permits for ambulatory diagnostic or treatments of healthcare facilities pursuant to 73-125, special permits to allow a building or other structure to exceed the height regulations around airports pursuant to 7366, and special permits for eating and drinking establishments of up to 2,500 gross square feet with accessory drive-through facilities pursuant to 73-243. As part of the proposed rules, all previous prerequisites associated with these four categories will remain. Nothing has changed, and these were on our previous existing Type 2 list. The second part of the proposed Appendix E addresses the Green Fast Track for Environmental Review initiative. The Green Fast Track for Environmental Review proposal seeks to modify city rules for when environmental review is required for land use actions. It is the result of the Building and Land Use Approval Streamlining Task Force, BLAST, an initiative of the Get Stuff Built report. The multi-agency proposal will expand Type 2 eligibility for small to medium-sized housing projects if the projects can meet all the required criteria. BSA and partner agencies reviewed over 1,000 projects with applications in the last 10 years to develop criteria for this proposal. To qualify for Green Fast Track at BSA, projects can be within the R5 to R10 residential districts, commercial and manufacturing districts, or in the R1 to R5 residential zoning districts. For BSA projects, in R5 to R10 residential, commercial, and manufacturing, and the project can have up to between 1 to 250 new dwelling units, up to 35,000 gross square feet of non-residential uses, and must meet individual limits to commercial or community facility use, as well as other criteria. Within the R1 to R5 residential zoning districts, they can range from 1 to 175 new dwelling units and include up to 20,000 gross square feet of non-residential uses. They must also meet individual limits on commercial and community facility use and meet all other criteria. For a little more detail, projects must have electric and heating and hot water and cannot be located in vulnerable coastal areas. They must also meet all parameters as outlined in the proposed rule, addressing such areas such as construction period, height, noise, air quality, and hazmat, and historic resources. All qualifying projects shall submit a Type 2 memo and supporting documents outlining why the project is eligible and meets all the required parameters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benke.
Thank you, Ms. Benke. I want to,
I'm just going to conclude and state that this rulemaking has been filed pursuant to the city's Administrative Procedure Act.
thank you. First of all, I want to thank both Ms. Benke and our General Counsel, Vine, working on this tirelessly with our sister agencies in identifying the categories where there won't be an impact. And I really want to thank you. We have Robert Holbrook here, who has been spearheading and leading this effort citywide. So thank you for your support and collaboration. And so I want to open this floor up to the commissioners. If you have any questions specifically for Ms. Benke and our counsel, General Counsel Vine.
One general statement that I will make to the commissioners and the public and anybody listening is this proposed rule does not modify or extinguish any rights available under the state SECRA categories.
Right. Yeah.
Those type 2 categories are and will still be available.
Right. And just so you know, we received 2 letters, and I'm sure they will be in calling in on public they'll be joining us in public and stating their concerns. I think overall, as Ms. Benke clearly stated, over the years, we have reviewed so many similar cases. We are all familiar with it. Many of us have been on this board for several years to notice that many of these projects really do not amount to any impact, and such projects should be going through much more streamlined process, and the Type 2 revised list would make that possible. Any other comments, suggestions, feedback? If not, all right, then what I will suggest that we close the review session and then we do just the public hearing on the rulemaking portion of it.
So you want?
I mean, I don't know how do we close it, or how do we?
We don't close it.
We don't-
We're not going to close it during.
No, close the review session. That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
we can conclude the review session.
We can conclude the review
Which is
session and
5
then,
minutes for any interested members of the public to
Right.
lag on Zoom, watch, and then join.
okay.
Join it during the public
So
hearing.
let's give 5 minutes for public to join in. Do you want to read out the call-in information for public
Sure.
to join in?
Oh, she's gonna. Okay, so once we close the review session, the public will commence a public hearing just for the rulemaking. And proposed rule change, I'm sorry. And the call-in number will be 646-518-9805, or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room, if you were allowed in the Zoom room already, you will have, raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss the proposed rule change. Okay, so then we want to call it.
Right now it's 10:15, so give till 10:20
Okay, so,
for people to join in.
okay.
Okay, so we're gonna take a 10-minute pause.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Break.
We'll resume shortly.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Ms. Matias, we are live. We are streaming. We may proceed with the public hearing on the rulemaking.
If you would like to speak or comment on the rulemaking, please use the Zoom raise hand feature or dial star 9
Star 9.
to raise your
Sorry,
hand.
6.
Star
Star 6 to call in on the
to
phone.
raise your hand if you're calling.
Sorry.
We have one.
So we have someone with last digit
505.
505.
Okay, we will first acknowledge the phone number beginning in 718 and ending in 505. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, just for the record, we are in the public hearing, just for the proposed rules change. This is what's his name, Mr. Newwood.
Hello, please state your name. You have 3 minutes to comment on the proposed rulemaking.
Thank you very much. My name is Henry Euler. I'm the president of the Auburndale Improvement Association. I have a question. I'd like to ask the person who did the presentation. Will you be coming to all of the community boards to seek public input? And also, would you be available to come to civic associations to explain the new procedure? Thank you.
I can answer that question. Our environmental officer will not be visiting the community boards. This presentation and public hearing serves as the memorialization of the board's proposed rule and notice to the public.
Well, that doesn't sound very transparent, but thank you very much for your response.
Thank you, Mr. Hewler.
Thank you. Next person is Todd Dale. I'm going to allow him
2
to,
minutes.
all right. Mr. Dale,
Hi, good morning.
Yes, that's the look, right? Sorry.
Hi, Mr. Dale. You have 3 minutes to comment. The board has received your written submission. It has been shared.
Excellent, thank you. I won't take the full 3 minutes. I would just say that I am in favor, both as a member of the public and as a practitioner, with the proposal and the Green Track Initiative. I would stand on the letter that we submitted, but would just state for the record that, I understand this is primarily for the Green Fast Track Initiative, but would encourage the board with an establishment of Appendix E to review other categories of applications that might benefit from inclusion under Type 2 designation, using the board's authority to designate Type 2 actions. Specifically, as listed in the letter, some of the general city law applications that are involving streets that are existing and improved, but just don't happen to be on the city map. For example, certain sections of Victory Boulevard. But again, I won't belabor it, would stand on the letter, but I just think that this is a good idea to follow up on the 2020 amendment of the rules that focused on seeker and secret filings, and just encourage the board to examine other categories that might benefit from inclusion in the appendix. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. As you are likely aware, but for the edification of the members of the public, the board has endeavored to investigate Type 2 categories relating to GCLs and will continue to do so.
Okay, next person.
If there's anybody else who would like to comment on the proposed rulemaking, please use the Zoom raise hand feature or dial in, press *9 to unmute and *6 to raise your hand.
The call-in number 646-518-9805. Webinar ID number to enter in is 890-8996-0475. Once again, it is on the screen. You will enter the webinar ID number and press #. At the prompt after that, you will press the # only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of the screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Okay, I don't see any. Do you? Anybody else has raised their hand? How much longer are we gonna wait?
I'm just going to,
Yeah, it's an architect.
We will call out once more if you would like to comment on the board's proposed rulemaking to adopt Appendix E to create a seeker type 2 list, to codify existing type 2s, as well as create a housing type 2 list. Now is your time to comment. Thank you.
I don't see any of the names. I
One more
don't see
minute.
any of the names
Okay.
from whom we receive. Okay. Just for the record, we received one letter of support. That was from Mr. Dale, and another letter in opposition from the Bronx Council for Environmental Quality.
Yeah, sure, these two.
So I'm trying to see if there is anyone else who's trying to call in, want to give everybody enough time. If not, I think we have been waiting. 5 minutes is the time.
Just for the record, if you would like to comment on the board's proposed rulemaking, but did not get to comment at today's public hearing, you may submit your comments to submit@bsa.nyc.gov.
60 days, the record will be open. We can close it. Do we want to make a motion to close it? Okay. Yeah, I would like to. I don't think.
Okay, I think we've waited long enough.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
that minute.
No one else called in to state their position. So I'm going to make a motion to close this section of the rulemaking process, and the record will stay open for 60 days. Anybody wants to provide any written submission, they can send it to submit@bsa.nyc.gov, and we read through every document that is submitted. So
And if the board does vote to close today, a decision on the proposed rulemaking will be scheduled at least 60 days in advance. Should any of those comments come in that require the board to reconsider the proposed rule, the board can reopen at that time.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. So do you want to conclude the public hearing?
Yes, I want to conclude the public hearing for rulemaking, and we will go back to our regular calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Holfer.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, this is the Board of Standards, and we are now back on a regular schedule. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals, review session for February 12th, 2024. Please be reminded there is no public testimony during the review session. The first item is adjournments, 749-65 BZ, 1820 Richmond Road, Staten Island. Decision items, 12295 BZ, Volume 3, 15265 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. No submission was required. This is an application requesting an extension of time for a year. I think just to be on the safe side, I would recommend that we make it 2 years from the time of the grant. So with that, a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 4, 71328 BZ, 425 Vanderbilt Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay. We received revised plan set that provides the details regarding the bollards and the notes regarding drainage. So I make a motion to approve with the condition that a builder's pavement plan shall be approved and sidewalk and curb cut improvements shall be completed prior to the issuance of a TCO.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
sorry. Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 5, 189 12 BZ, Volume 4, 98 Montague Street, Brooklyn.
Apart from requesting for photos of the interior, there weren't any additional requirements the board asked for. We did get them. Everybody saw it. Okay, so I make a motion to approve for a 4-year extension of time to complete construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy.
So Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 6, 29213BZ, 2085 Ocean Parkway, Brooklyn.
Okay, we have the sign-offs necessary and so I make a motion to approve the project. And all prior conditions remain in effect.
Okay, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 7, 2017-5A, Volume 2 through 2017-7A, Volume 2, 620A, 620B, 620C, Sharretts Road, Staten Island.
We received a community board approval, all in favor. And there were no other submission the board required. So I make a motion to approve for a 4-year extension of time to complete construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 8, 2020-21, 57A, 1990 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island.
Finally, we have a letter from DOT approving with conditions. I'm going to read out the conditions. Conditions being that the proposed curb cut is located within 50 feet of the, well, not conditions, I would say. It's more like a recommendations,
Right.
but there are sections where it says shall. So I'm going to read out all their recommendations and conditions. The first one being the proposed curb cut is located within 50 feet of the intersection and will therefore be required for additional review by DOB and DOT as part of the builder's pavement plan. Second one being the site is within the limits of a joint DEP proposed sanitary and stormwater capital project and DOT roadway construction project located on Jefferson Avenue, M1BBNC05B for FY 2027. DOT is in the process of preparing project scope. And it is recommended that the applicant contact DOT regarding the roadway reconstruction project to determine how the project may affect the applicant's property in future. And the third one being that the additional builder's pavement plan review and sign off will involve DOT's pedestrian ramp program and sidewalk inspection and management units for review of the pedestrian ramps. And the applicant may submit plans to and other pertinent material to pedram@dot.nyc.gov to ensure compliance with the ADA regulations. So applicant has submitted revised plan with notes related to DOT comments. I think typically in this, they've submitted an entire plan set. I think the site plan is the document that generally gets sent to DOB. The other plans we are not weighing in on. The only thing is I want to it's a note to the applicant that the proposed building would be located within the bed of a mapped street and typically would require a 7201G waiver. However, the applicant states that Staten Island DOB office did not raise this as an objection because it's kind of not in Staten Island DOB's practice. But I just wanted to put that as a note. So if there aren't any other comments or concerns, anything, commissioners? Okay, then I make a motion to approve with conditions that the applicant shall reach out to DOT and DOB for additional reviews related to the proposed development and secure necessary approvals of the builder's pavement plan and shall complete construction per BPP prior to obtaining a TCO.
Okay. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
oh, you make a motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 9, 2023-49A, 24 Ross Lane, Staten Island.
Okay, so we received a letter of no objection from fire department. There weren't any other items we needed. So I want to make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 10, 2023-39BZ, 163-69 24th Road, Queens.
The applicant was asked to provide a clear firm map, which has been provided. We didn't, I think there were no other additional information the board required. So I want to make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Okay, we'll now commence with the special order calendars, on item number 11, 72656BZ, 4242 Francis Lewis Boulevard, Staten Island, Francis Lewis Boulevard, Queens.
Yeah.
Apparently the applicant made a submission this morning.
Yes.
Did you get
I
it from
did not
Vinray?
get a chance to
Yes.
see it.
Okay,
What is the submission regarding? Can anybody tell me?
It's
the lumen plan and photographs?
a lumen plan. It's also photos showing the condition of the lot with the temporary bollards still in place. And it's an operational plan that basically talks about why they don't want to put in the permanent bollards or close the curb cut.
Thank you. Applicants, when you do submit something right on the day of the hearing, it is not possible for the board to review it. So that's why we do provide a deadline of submission so that we all get the chance to review this thoroughly and formulate our thinking and questions and next set of questions, next line of discussion. This was last heard on November 17th, and board had asked for information at that hearing, which was the same sort of hearing questions that were asked at the initial hearing. And I kind of, not looking at the last submission, but from what Commissioner Otley Brown said, I still remain concerned from the submission that was made for this hearing is that we still are dealing with a temporary bollard. And I did see the operational plan that was submitted with that, which also talks about why a permanent bollard is not possible. And I would say, I'm not going to, I have lots of comments on this. I'm not going to go through every one of them. All I would say is the photos that's been submitted to back up the argument that the applicant is making in its operational plan do not tally up. So there is an issue, I feel strongly, with the way this site is operating, and maybe the operational plan is a wishful plan, but it is definitely not being carried out in the way the applicant it's stating in the operational plan, because the photographs speak otherwise. And consistently, the photographs all throughout the years, all the Google Street View maps that's been provided to show the proof of continuity. And I want to thank the applicant for providing that, because that is one of the threshold question. Shows exactly what we have been questioning is why do you need a third curb cut? And that there is encroachment on the sidewalk. And the applicant does state that they will fix up the sidewalk because the asphalt is extending onto the city sidewalk, which is also creating the confusion as to the exact boundary. And if that is fixed up, that would address the issue.
No.
Maybe, but that's not a chance that the board wants to take, because we have seen situations where it will come back. And I still am not convinced with the photos that's been provided that the third curb cut is required. So that's just my summary of all the, instead of going through detail. And I believe the operator will be present at the hearing. So I would like to hear from the operator and understand how the maneuverability and how all the three curb cuts are used all the time. And that. I do have one question regarding the rear lot line, and in that, I looked through the plan note, and the plan note states that the open area in the rear is not to be used for any other use in connection with the application, and that it will be maintained in connection with lot 35, which is a residential lot. Now, the photographs that were provided shows that there are some kind of loose pieces of material that's lying there, and there is a fence between the property line of lot 35 and the subject lot. So I would like to know if that still is the case, that that portion of the rear yard is being used by and maintained by lot 35. So the applicant could clarify that. Any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Shetta.
There is a second submission that just walked in.
Just now?
That's what I.
Like
that's-
9 minutes ago.
Oh,
That's what I mentioned.
So in the morning, it's two submissions from this project.
okay.
Oh,
There is another application that there is two submission also came in this morning.
Is
We
it-
would, yes, that on another application, not this. This one, we got two submissions between 10:30 and now. In about 15 minutes, we got two submissions.
right. That's what I was speaking of, because I
Yes.
saw Mr. Bell's email.
Yes, and on another application, we got the same. So my
Yeah.
point is, we should act to stop this. On this application, all what I want to say is, the applicant received comments during the past week, and the comments were very specific. The applicant, to me, ignored all what was sent to him, and he responded to something else. That's not healthy. Second, that the way the submission was made, we made it clear last hearing that we need concrete filled steel pipes as borders. Initially, the submission was made without no mention of that. You know what? The plan that was submitted for the bollards and the bollard detail included a detail that reflects a steel pipe pile, a steel tube, concrete fill, and it gave me some sort of like impression that, oh, they did it, we're done. But when I looked at the pictures very closely, I saw that the bollards still supported on rubber bases. So I took a closer look, and guess what? They are exactly the same what was before. Again, ignoring the board's comments
Well, that's why the.
is
I
not
mean,
healthy.
And that's why the operational plan, and this is, I do not want, and this is a note to all the applicants. Do not submit a plan that basically says one thing and you're planning to do something else, because that means the project is not in compliance with what the board would approve. And DOB will have full right to issue violations after violations for not complying with it. Now, I appreciate that the applicant will be here today to discuss the reason why they cannot. But I think what they're hearing is a concern that that we are still not understanding why a temporary bollard is only the solution for this. And again, I would point out, in all the photos that's been submitted, it's been three columns of, three basically back-to-back cars that are parked there. And when you have three back-to-back sets of cars that are parked in the front, A, you're never accessing that third curb cut. B, it is almost blocking the second curb cut, which is also affecting your maneuverability. So if you're having any issues with vehicles trying to access it, it's not because of these plastic bollards. Those plastic bollards are not causing any dent of any sort. It is the vehicles, the way they are parked. You have more vehicles parked there than you can, and trying to accommodate all the maneuverability that you're trying to do. It just defies logic in terms of every way that you've laid out the site and the way it's operating currently without the bollards. So anyway, Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Commissioner Yoon?
Yeah, I wanted to comment, the operational plan states that a lot of the reasoning for the 3 curb cuts is to provide safety to their customers and to their site operation. And while we wouldn't expressly want to detract from the site's operation, we are very interested in the safety on the public right of way and for the public at large. So I don't think that the proposal right now is taking that into consideration. And I don't believe that reducing the curb cuts would prevent the operator from having a safe operation that hasn't been clearly justified to me.
Yeah, thank you. Well said. Okay, if there aren't any questions from the rest of the commissioners, let's move on to the next case.
Okay, new cases, item number 12, 80248 BZ, volume 3,
Okay,
1346 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
thank you, sorry.
Yes.
We received proof of service of initial filing and hearing notice, though we do not have a community board vote on this. This is an application for an extension of term for a previously approved variance, permitting an operation of an automotive service station that expired on June 24, will be expiring on June 24, 2025, and a waiver of board's rule. There has not been any change in the lot area, so it meets the zoning resolution section 1141. Compliance chart for 2016 has been provided. The applicant needs to provide compliance chart for all the prior resolutions and conditions from the prior resolutions that are still applicable. Proof of continuous use is not required. No change is proposed other than the site has 2 self car wash units. And I was at the site over the weekend, and I did see a drain that is draining onto it, but as we have stated that there should be a note on the plan that adequate proper drainage should be provided to ensure the water is retained within the site. I would like the applicant to provide a little bit more photos of the interior site condition, including where the self-car wash is provided. Is there an hour of operation for this car wash? Indicate the height of the PVC fence on the plan. And the lumen diagram that has been included in this is from 2016 approved plan. It is not the current. So typically you need to show what the existing condition is. And there is an ice box and an Amazon box that is blocking the pathway to the convenience store. Applicant needs to ensure that the pathway is ADA compliant and is free and clear of all obstacles. Need photo of the trash enclosure and also photos for the landscaping along the rear lot line. Overall, I think the site from my site visit seemed to be in good condition, but the photos need to be provided. And there wasn't any information provided regarding any violation, if there are any violations. Ms. Benke, is there any update on the SECRA application? It's a type 2, I assume.
Yes, and we received the updated type 2 form.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata?
I have no further comments on this.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
There's also a clothing drop box on the existing plans that were not on the previously approved plans. That's like in the
By the
southeastern
yes.
corner of
Yep.
the lot.
Yep.
But it's not blocking any walkway, basically. It's along the fence.
Yes. It just needs to be indicated on the plan.
It is, it's on the existing plans, but it wasn't on the previously approved.
Right.
Does the board have enough information regarding the operation of that and hours?
Well, it's a clothing drop box. I think as long as we include some notation in our resolution as to it being kept tidily, because sometimes those boxes aren't picked up regularly and then clothes and shoes start spilling out of the top, and it's and sometimes unhoused people pick through it and pull stuff out too. So as long as we have language about it must be kept tidy, and I think it's fine.
Excuse me, Vice Chair, do you have your mic on?
Sorry.
I do.
Okay, yes. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And I think it would also be helpful to know what time the pickup and delivery happen, drop off happens, because it is abutting a residential building. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you that the Lumen Spirit submitted is kind of an older version. And it's not even legible. It sounds like the Justice Candid and submitted it, so they need to provide a more updated one. I agree on the hour of operation for the car wash. We need to get that. There is a tall pool at the northwestern corner of the site. I wasn't sure whether this, I saw it in the Google images. I wasn't sure whether this is a light pool. It doesn't sound like it's a light pool, so I'm not sure what is the use of that pool. So it's very tall. So if they can just educate us on that. That's all what I have. Thank you.
And just so you know, the residential building that is to the rear, along Dix Street is actually boarded up. And I think it is being used as some kind of a community facility when I was there. But be that as it may, I just want to make sure that the car wash is not being a nuisance to the abutting building. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. The only thing I wanted to clarify is that it does show the self-serve car wash station on the previously approved plans, but I did notice there was a second, and that one is not included. But there is one included on the
Previously
the
approved?
previously approved plan.
There's
in that
two
one.
on the existing plans.
Right. So there's they added a second one, but there was one
Oh, okay.
when it was previously approved by the prior board.
I see. Okay. Now there too. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next, move on.
Yes, please.
Item number 13, 23456 BZ, Volume 3, 10-02 Clintonville Street, Queens.
Okay. We received proof of service of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board has voted to approve with modifications. And the recommend modification or conditions, as the Community Board called it. One is review where ADA parking is located and it be switched to a more convenient spot that provides more maneuverability. Provide Community Board all their environmental the reports for subgrade surface material, oil tank, gas tanks being restored and removed back in 2022, and any other report required by fire department with the pressure on the tank. And the third one being the entrance to exterior bathroom for gas station use is located on 10th Avenue side of the building. There should be no access from the bathroom from the exterior. The door for additional bathroom for the gas station use should be moved to the interior of the building. So this is an application to amend a variance to convert an existing automotive service bay into an accessory convenience store. The applicant is proposing to amend this service station with the retail hours, amending the hours of operation. It would be from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days of the week. And the refuse will be stored in the building, and the pickup will be on Wednesday, Thursdays. And this repair bay would be replaced by Dunkin' Donut, including, and it would and there will be 3 parking spaces that will be provided, and signage will comply with C2. So the existing proposed plan shows 2 excessively wide curb cuts located, and the dimensions are not consistent with the prior approved plan. There is only 1 curb cut on each frontage based on the existing plan, whereas the prior had 2 curb cuts on either frontage. So I would like to know what is the dimension of this wide curb cuts on both frontages. And and also would like to know why is it needed such a wide curb cut? It is more than 30-foot wide. And that too, especially along 10th Avenue, which is a residential street, and it's going to be used to enter. So I don't know why such a wide curb cut is proposed. Indicate the width of the pathway in front of the parking space. Indicate on the plan the area where the trash will be stored. I couldn't locate it on the plan. The north portion of the space abutting the ADA parking space, stripe it to not allow any parking. The business operation is currently extending on the sidewalk along 10th Avenue. And the sidewalk must be restored to the sidewalk standard. So there's like asphalt, a portion of the sidewalk has been asphalted over, which makes it look like the property extends beyond. And that asphalt has to be removed and brought it to the sidewalk standard. There is one open DOB violation, and it says the violation type is zoning. So I would like to know what that means. And those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I added is I saw a previously approved lighting plan. For this proposal, I haven't seen a luminous been submitted. So.
Okay. So
you
need
want
a
a current
lumen
plan?
plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to speak at the same time.
All right, sure. Thank you. No, that's okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the community board's request for modifications. The ADA parking space, I don't see what the issue is with the maneuverability on that.
Nor do I.
It seems to have good access to the building and as close as you can get. The other thing is the gas station's bathroom and not providing exterior access. In the configuration that they have, I'm not sure how they would successfully do that because they don't have a convenience store per se where someone would come in. They just have a booth for the gas station manager.
Right.
So there's nowhere for non-Dunkin' customers or when Dunkin' is closed for people to go to access the bathroom. So for me, I don't know how big of a problem that would be for the community to keep it there, but I know that they mentioned it. I don't see how they could change it without greatly changing the interior layout of the
I agree.
proposal.
I just want to add to the board, ADA compliance is black and white. There's no degrees of ADA compliance. The parking stall in the lot either is or is not ADA compliant with respect to its location being located on the shortest accessible route to the accessible entrance, having access aisles that exist and are dimensioned appropriately, and having wide enough spaces. So it either complies with the ADA requirements or it does not.
Right. And I think there are regulations both in DOB and city planning parking layout that call for it. I do have one suggestion, and that is, as I was talking about the ADA, there's the space. So if you count number 3 parking space, and then there's the striped area for the ADA. Beyond that, it's not an area where any vehicles are required to are to park. But my feeling is that would be used for parking. So either it is striped, or if it is in the way of the maneuverability, and therefore you do not want to provide any parking, then stripe out the remaining portion up to the lot line so that no vehicles can park there. Any other questions or comments? If not, let's go to the next case.
Item number 14, 758-84 BZ Volume 4, 1444 Clove Road, Staten Island, and this is an extension of time. There was a typo. My change didn't stand, sorry.
No, I think the lineup has been corrected.
Oh, okay, it was.
So
Oh, yeah.
it's an extension of
Right.
time.
I have the old
And
agenda.
we don't need a proof of service of initial filing and hearing for this, and a community board hearing is not required. This is an application for an extension of time, as stated, to obtain a certificate of occupancy for a continued use of an existing two-story commercial building that expires in July of 2023, and a waiver of board's rule. The applicant states that the reason for seeking this extension is that it did not clarify the time needed to obtain the certificate of occupancy. No, sorry. Everything is done, but only thing that is needed is a certificate of occupancy. And because the time is going to run out, the applicant is seeking an extension. I would only state that the applicant has not clarified how much time they need. They need 1 year, 18 months, whatever it is. So I would like the applicant to clarify that at the review session, at the public hearing. Is there any update on the SECRA, Ms. Benke?
You submitted a revised type 2, I believe, Tracy had sent to you.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, all right, good. Revised type 2. All right, Vice Chair Shibata,
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
okay. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I just want to say the lineup that's on the internet right now does say extension of term of a variance.
oh,
Yeah, for some reason, it didn't swap out again. I don't know.
okay, so then, I guess, my apologies, it's an extension of time.
I have no other comments.
Okay, Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Commissioner Yoon,
Nothing further. Thank you.
okay, I don't think we have any issues with this. I just want to know how much time the applicant needs for this year. Okay, next case, please. Thank you.
Item number 15, 278-86 BZ, Volume 4, 1677 Bruckner Boulevard, the Bronx.
Okay, there's proof of service of initial filing and the hearing notices have been received. Committee board voted to approve, and this is an extension of term of a previously approved special permit for an accessory drive-through to an eating and drinking establishment, which will expire on June 17, 2024. So I just want to put it out there. I don't know if all the applicant pools are aware that city planning is currently has undertaken quite a difficult task, but I think it's a task that needs to be addressed, to look through the zoning resolution and make changes to the zoning resolution affecting that would provide more economic opportunity. It's called the zoning for economic opportunity. And as part of that proposed zoning change, it would affect the drive-throughs. And I just want to make sure that the applicant is aware of that. And if any which way that the proposed drive-through text, it is undergoing public review. So it has whatever remaining day at City Planning Commission, and then it will be at City Council for 60 days. Until it is adopted, the drive-through as it stands today, we are allowed an extension up to 10 years. Oh, sorry, 5 years. But the proposal would extend it longer than that. So I just want to bring that to the applicants who are before us seeking an extension of term, because the grant that we can give right now is only for 5 years.
Good.
Site appears to be in good shape. And I do, so there is a note on the plan on the northern side lot line along Metcalf Avenue, which states it's an existing 6-foot high chain link fence with privacy slab. I would like the applicant to provide a photo of the condition because I was not able to determine it from the photos submitted what the.
I was actually there.
Okay.
And the fence is in place along the religious facility. And it does not have slats going through all of it. There's slats on maybe 10 feet of the fence, if that much, and the rest is just a clear aluminum chain link fence.
Okay.
And then as for the residential, there is no White Castle fence, but the resident has put up their own brick and
Right, very decorative,
iron decorative fence, but
Yeah.
there is a huge boulder
right,
that kind of blocks half of that lot line from the residence. So maybe that's what they're relying on, the fact that the boulder is in place. The site happens to be very clean.
Yeah.
It is kept in a spotless manner,
Yeah.
so at least with landscaping in place that's really kept up even in the winter.
Okay.
So it's commendable. Some places are not like that. And it's certainly one of the
Right.
bright spots of this neighborhood.
No, I think if I seem to remember from our previous hearings, I don't think we had much issues with the slats along the community facility because it's a non-residential use. But the question was, was a privacy slat needed along the residential lot line? From the photos that's been provided, you're right, it is a very decorative, it's like a brick wall, 4-foot high brick wall with very elaborate decorative metal fencing. So if it's not required, then the plans should be revised to remove that.
Maybe they could actually reach out to that neighbor and see if the neighbor wants them to put a fence up alongside their fence. They probably don't.
Yeah, I think that fence
Especially
looks
since I
nice.
don't think they're having any problem with
Right.
them.
Yeah, so I think it might be worth, that's a good suggestion. Maybe they can reach out and see if they have any issues and if a fence needs to be put up. If not, I think then the plan should be revised to indicate that.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. And I agree that from the photos, yeah, and thank you for the site visit. It was, when I remember we were reviewing it last time around, it was in very good condition and still remains. I only have one question and noticed there was graffiti on one of the outcrops, the rock outcrop.
That big rack. They tried to get it off. It's faded, but it's still there.
It's
I
still
I don't know how difficult it would be to remove graffiti from actual natural rock.
Yeah, I think
but
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it becomes an art rock,
Yeah.
something like that. Okay. Any other questions, Vice Chair Shibata?
I was wondering, would this qualify as an amendment as they have required 57 parking spaces pursuant to the last resolution?
Sorry, the Vice Chair, could you speak closer to the mic?
Was this, my question was this an amendment because they had 57 parking spaces that were required?
57? That site is not big enough for 57.
It's really large, the
It's
site.
huge, but 57 spaces?
Well, now they're providing 54,
They're
but
pro-
only 10 are required.
only 10 are required, but I believe our resolution had 57.
Mhm.
So do we make that amendment? Do we make that as an amendment or?
No, it can be, does it have to be an amendment? I don't.
Reducing.
of the board's
Yeah.
I
I
saw
don't-
it as a condition of the board.
It is?
I have to read it again, but that was the note I put on as whether or not this would be amendment.
We could check that before we.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. If it was a condition, then it
We would
would
have
be an
to make an
amendment.
amendment.
Yeah.
And same thing with the privacy slats and if
Right.
that was also part of the condition, then it would have to be
I didn't
amended.
see that as a condition.
Good catch, yeah. I did not, trying to see. Well, during the break, maybe we can go through
We'll get to the bottom of this.
okay. Commissioner Utley Brown, do you want to add anything?
No, I had no other comments. I thought the site was operating very nicely.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further.
Okay.
Item number 16, 41687 BZ, 547, 551 West 133rd Street, Manhattan.
Sorry, just give me a second. So we received proof of service of initial filing, and hearing notices. Committee board has voted to approve this extension for 10 years. This is an application for an extension of term and waiver of board's rule for a previously approved variance for an auto repair use for which the term expired on June 27, 2019, and the extension of time to obtain CO also expired on March 22nd, 2010. So a proof of continuous use was provided. and a Google Street View. The term expired, as I said, in June 29, and we have Google Street Views from November 2019, August 21, March 22, and March 23. So I was satisfied with it. I did not have any comments. The applicant, though, has to provide a compliance chart. Photos from November 2023 shows excess signage. The applicant needs to provide updated photos of all the compliance conditions from prior grants and show photos how the current site is complying with all those prior conditions. No changes are being proposed, though there is a letter of objection and violation from fire department, which is regarding, I believe, regarding the operation that is on the second floor. So I would like the applicant to provide a status update. I hope the applicant has received this letter from fire department. If not, project manager, please do forward that to the applicant. I have no other comments on this. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. No comment.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
No additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta.
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. All right. Next case.
Item number 17, 24708, BZ Volume 4, 3454 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
So we received proof of service of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board has voted to approve this project. This is an application for an extension of term of a previously approved special permit for an accessory drive-through to an existing eating drinking establishment that is going to expire on May 12th, 2024. Again, same comments I have as I stated for the prior drive-through, that this board can only grant a 5-year extension, whereas based on the proposed text change, the extension would be for a longer period of time. So it's a question out there for the applicant, how they want to proceed in future. Site seems to be in decent condition, but it does need little trimming. There is overgrowing weeds, graffiti on the facade facing the Gravesend Road that needs to be removed. It is still visible. And if I would say again, as I keep saying, if graffiti is an issue, consider an art wall. Again, this is again one of those things that the proposed zoning for economic opportunity in its proposed text for streetscape design is recommending as a way to address vandalization through graffiti. I don't have any additional comments on this. Site seems to be operating in decent condition. So Vice Chair Shibata.
No additional comments, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
I saw the submission. I'm satisfied with it. I'm glad that the noise and the lighting are working fine as installed. The only thing is there is a typo on page 2, paragraph number 4. Just fix it, and I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I had nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next case.
Item number 18, 2018-46BZ, 2205 East Second Street, Brooklyn.
This is an extension of time to complete construction and obtain a CO, which expired on October 11, 2022, and waiver of board's rule to enlarge an existing one-family detached home pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622. Since it's a extension of time, proof of service of initial filing and hearing notice is not required. The applicant states the reason is that since it was last approved, now there's a new owner, and the new owner acquired the site in 2023, and this new owner has financing in place, and the projection is it will take 4 years to complete construction and obtain a CO. I don't have any other questions or comments on it. I'm satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
I'm also satisfied with this application. I was not thrilled with the idea that we could not get a reason as to why nothing started before the new owner purchased the property. But I can understand that sometimes these prior owners and current owners no longer communicate. So I have nothing, this is something that happens. It's not ideal, but I have no, considering the amount of delay and that financing is currently available, I have no reservation to this
Right.
application.
And this is the first
And it's the
one,
first,
that one,
right.
and oftentimes, even if it was the current, we have heard situations of
They could give us
financial and other things.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no issues.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
I have no issue. The only thing is that they provided us with a time frame. A time window, if they can, for consistency, if they can just give us a timetable, like a very, like, simple timetable.
They did.
They did
Oh, they
provide.
did? I
Mhm.
haven't seen a time.
I think they've
select
kind of
time-
said it will take this much amount of time to get the
Yeah.
approvals, and then it would take so much time to construct it, and
I
I think-
my bad.
Okay.
all right, so you're satisfied?
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Sheta, I'm sorry, Commissioner Yun, my apologies.
No, thank you. The only thing I'd like for the applicant to confirm is that the approved plans were from an architect called Cornerstone Designs. The letter is from an architect, Warren Bond. And so the owner and the architect seem to have changed in this transaction. So just to confirm that nothing is changing from the prior approval.
Since the architect is being
So the-
superseded.
Since it does seem like it is, because that's who is claiming the construction timeline on their letterhead. The letterhead has changed.
Okay,
So just a confirmation that nothing's changing from the prior approval.
right, so maybe, I think this is something can be done through an affidavit from the architect. Okay, any other questions or comments? If not,
Move on.
Yeah.
Appeals calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 19, 2023, 14A, 1707 Richmond Avenue. Received the submission from the applicant, but we also received a letter of objection from the fire department.
sorry, I'm just,
And I think we received something else from the applicant on Friday, I believe. Friday.
all right, yes, we did.
Okay.
So the initial hearing on this was held in December. Since the site is partially in an AE flood zone, a note needs to be added to the plan stating that BSA is not waiving any applicable flood regulations. And this was raised at the last hearing, so that note needs to be added. Project manager, please provide the language that we have asked other applicants to
I did
Add-
email the applicant
Okay,
as per the
okay, all right, thank you.
commissioner.
So as noted, we did receive a letter of objection from fire department, indicating that, there's supposedly 2 spray booths, though, which is not consistent with the marked up, which is not consistent with the plan. It seems, one of the spray booth is, has been decommissioned, and it's the other, one that would be in place. So based on that, the applicant has revised the plans and responded to fire department letter. I do not know if fire department has had a chance to review the revised plan.
I sent it to.
We received it only Friday. So I do have a question for fire department. Fire department in its marked up plan asked that there be a 3-foot wide yellow that there be a fire lane, and
Mhm.
and the note says 3-foot wide used yellow paint. My question is the fire department asking that the fire lane be 3-foot wide? Or is that there be some access from the from the property line of a 3-foot for anybody to access the truck that would be located? So it wasn't quite clear.
Oh, okay.
So if the fire department can clarify that. Also, the plan shows the distance from the nearest hydrant to the subject site. Fire department also raised comments with regards to the documents submitted, specifically the statement of facts. So the applicant needs to correct the statement of fact. We do need a CCO street status letters from Borough President's office. We haven't received that. And also we have not received a draft builder's pavement plan. So those need to be provided from the applicant. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Benke, is there any update I need to have on SECRA?
Not at this time.
Okay. Vice Chair Shibata,
Nothing further from me, Chair.
thank you. Commissioner,
No
Otley
comment.
Brown.
No
Sorry.
comments, that's okay.
Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further. Go ahead.
okay. Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. I thought we did get a letter from the office of the borough president for the street status.
I thought so too, but I didn't.
Uh,
I couldn't locate it. If you,
Let me just
if
pull
you
up what
could,
I'm
could you
looking at
share it?
I just have another
now.
question.
This is from where we have the submit date of December 13th, 2023.
Yeah, there it is.
Letterhead is Office of the Borough President, the street status of
Thank
Richmond
you.
Terrace and Alaska Street.
Oh,
Yeah, we
okay.
did get it done.
Yeah, because we did ask for it last time and it has been
Okay.
submitted.
So we did
since the
receive
last
it. Okay.
Hearing.
As
Ye-
I mentioned,
Go ahead, Ms. Matthias.
so we're satisfied with the hardship finding?
I believe so. We did not have any comments on it last time around.
Yeah, we did.
Are you satisfied with the
Yep,
hardship?
that's what I-
Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
Move on.
yes, please.
Item number 2023-15A through 2023-18A, 8226 South Conduit Avenue, Queens.
Okay, the initial hearing on this application was held in December. The applicant has submitted an approved builder's pavement plan. Don't have the SCARA application, especially its meets and bounds. But before even I get into any of those, I think there is a threshold question on this one as to why this subject case is before us. Because the subject site is fronting on a mapped but unbuilt street called South Conduit Avenue. The proposed zoning lot is not located on a mapped street bed, it is abutting a mapped street bed. I do not know why this application is before us under GCL 36. I think it is not properly baked. This application needs should it go forward, it needs a lot more clarification for it to clarify why it's before us. Do you have any questions, Vice Chair Shibata?
Just the one.
Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown,
No additional.
Commissioner Sheta,
Nothing further, Chair.
Commissioner Yoon.
I have some issues with the proposal if we were to hear it, but since we're talking about a threshold question, I will leave it at that.
Right, and I think I know what your threshold question is, which was there the last time. I think all of those need to be kept away from the discussion at this
Sure.
point.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. General
Move
Counsel,
on.
do you want to say something? No.
I was just going to state for the board that General City Law 36, Section 2 states generally, no certificate of occupancy shall be issued in, I'm going to paraphrase, for any building which street or highway and any other map street or highway abutting the premises shall have been suitably approved to the satisfaction of the department. It goes on with the requirements and then it states, or alternatively, unless the owner has furnished to the Department of Transportation of such city a performance bond naming the city as obligee approved by such department to the full cost of such improvement as estimated by such department. The statute does entitle and permit and insofar as maybe require a property owner to provide that performance bond wherein there is a mapped but unimproved road.
So the question is, it's why it's still before us. Right? I mean, there is an out, it seems.
There has not been anything submitted into the record upon information and belief demonstrating an unwillingness of the Department of the Department of Transportation to accept this as to accept a proposed full development of this mapped roadway abutting the premises.
Until
And
that can be,
Browse v. Smith and current board case law would not recognize a hardship in developing a mapped street to access only your property.
okay.
I had, one more question, which I'm not sure if it was brought up, but the objection we received clearly
Shoot.
states,
Sorry, I thought that was I think was silenced.
Clearly states that the building is proposed on an unimproved map street and that GCL 36 cannot be waived.
The Department of Buildings cannot waive GCL 36. Only the board can waive GCL 36.
Sorry.
Whether or not that's.
But typically their objection would state that they should go to the Board of Standards and Appeals for a waiver of GCL 36. On their objection, I'm just going to share it so we're all looking at the same thing because I thought that this was because this is a request by the applicant to get a letter of denial that's required for us. But they clearly state it's proposed on an unimproved mapped street. GCL 36 cannot be waived. So aren't they stating also what we're stating, that this is not a GCL 36 waiver? It's not eligible for a 36 waiver?
The language is very different from typical other, from other
but
GCL
saying it
36
can't be waived by them.
objections
That's
that we have
BSA.
received. I do have to say that.
I don't think we should look too far into it. Let's ask the applicant what they got from it.
We hope we,
Upon information and belief, if the applicant's builder's pavement plan proposes to develop the full width curb to curb of the roadway, then this would be an as of right proposal and would not need any discretionary review before this agency.
Yes, and Madam Chair, board members, this is Carlo.
yes,
Yeah, and I think just to piggyback a little bit on what Mr. Vine was initially stating,
oh,
sorry about that. What Mr. Vine was stating, it sounds like a step has been skipped here. And I think the requirement under the general city law that Mr. Vine was reading is not like you get to pick and choose. That's you have to go through step one. If they're denied and there's an inability to satisfy the requirement at DOT, then perhaps there could be an application here.
mhm. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Vine.
I think we're all saying and thinking the same thing, and we are trying to make it easy for the applicant to not even come before the board and just go to DOB and get your building permit for an as of right development.
And just for the record, the matter of Browse v. Smith, 304 NY 164, dealt with the construction of a dwelling under GCL 36 on a private, on an unmapped street, undeveloped street that in dicta recognized that there may be a hardship in the future where a homeowner proposes to develop and map a street to the benefit of other existing homes, but that was not the case in Browse v. Smith.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the next case.
Oh, sorry. What am
No,
I
no,
doing?
no, we do have one more.
21. 2023, I apologize. 2023-30A, 625 Midland Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, the initial hearing on this was held on November 27th. Applicant has provided an affidavit of ownership. Please note that the building shall comply with the applicable regulations, including flood regulations prior to obtaining a CO. This board is not waiving any of those regulations. This is an existing building that requires a new CO. No enlargement is proposed or has been done apart from alteration made to comply with flood regulations. As stated by the applicant, the street widening line was adopted in 1934 and no action to date has taken place to widen that street bed. DOT submitted a letter of no objection and states that there is a planned road resurfacing project at this location and that the applicant may contact DOT for additional information, and that additional review and sign off may be required by DOT's pedestrian ramp program and sidewalk inspection management unit regarding pedestrian ramp on Patterson Avenue and Midland Avenue, and that the applicant may submit a plan to ensure compliance with ADA. Regarding the second comment, since this is not a construction of any sort, it is just complying with flood regulation, I do not know if that would trigger a requirement for an existing drop curb cut that is located at this intersection to warrant an improvement, but that this is not my part of my knowledge factor, but it's just a question I have. Anybody has an answer to that, I would like to learn. But I really don't have any concerns or comments. I would actually recommend that we close this application. go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, did you see Jolene's email this morning?
Uh,
Jolene, Ebex to the project manager?
um,
She said they submitted a response to the fire department and they expect to have fire department respond.
Oh, this is regarding the stairs. So,
Staircase, yeah.
fire department recommended that this interior stair be widened.
Right.
So in response to, thank you for pointing that out. And in response to fire department comments, the applicant did revise the plan, which we did receive, increasing the width of the stair from 36 to 44 inches. And I hope that plan has been sent to fire department.
I believe according to Ms. Chu's email, it has
Yeah.
been.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Yes, any comments, Vice Chair Shibata?
No comment, Your Honor.
Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown,
No additional comments.
Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further.
okay, Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. Nothing further.
okay, all right.
This no further cases on the morning. This concludes the public review session and we will commence with the public hearing.
Yes. Let's take, what time do we have? We're at 11:30 mark. Let's take a break. Let's take an early lunch, half an hour. We'll resume at 12.
And then we'll go straight through.
We'll just go straight through. Okay,
So we'll resume at 12 o'clock?
yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We are back on the record. The public hearing is streaming live. Ms. Matias, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for February 12th, 2024. We will resume with the special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 11, 724-56 BZ, 4242 Francis Lewis Boulevard, Queens. Mr. Gotti. Mr. Gotti's hand is up.
Part of this team?
I don't know. Let's pull him up. Just put him in. Before I swear him in, let's ask. Okay. Where's Mr. Rampulla? Mr. Gaddy, is Mr. Rampulla with you on this project?
No, I'm expecting Melissa and her husband.
Melissa Tomic and Mr. Million Tomic.
Exactly, those two.
Okay, you want to let them in the room? Million and Melissa. Thank you. Is it Million? Sorry, Million. Oh, sorry. What's going on?
Whose screen is showing here?
Stop sharing, whoever it is, please. Thank you.
Is
Mr. Tomic joining us? You want to raise your hand, Mr. Tomic? Oh, there he is. Mr. Rampulla? I don't know why Mr. Rampulla keeps raising his hand. Mr. Rampulla, let Mr. Rampulla in and then we can ask him what he's doing. You mind,
Please.
Madam Chair?
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Tomic is raising his hand. I can't let anybody in. I'm not hosting. Yeah, he's got his hand up.
I just not do it again.
Okay, can you join us, click on panelist, Mr. Tomic? Okay, and then Mr. Rampulla. Thank you. Oh, that's Chase. Mr. Tomic? Mr. Rampulla, why is he, did you let him in? Oh,
He's
yeah.
not part of this case. I don't know why. It's not.
Oh, okay, okay. I'll just send him a text.
Okay, is that all?
Is that all, Mr. Gotti?
Yes, it's only the three of us.
Okay, please raise your right hands. It's right hand's my hand, your left. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed, Mr. Gotti.
William Gaddy, architect from Architecture Studio. With me is Melissa Tomic. She's the owner, and her husband, Million, he's the manager, owner as well. So we did hear the testimony from this morning, and we would like to respond to the first concern was the area behind the property. It's not being used by the service station. It's vacant. I do have pictures of it if you'd like to see it. It's basically a lawn, and it's used by the neighboring residential property. So there's a solid brick wall. There's actually no access to that area. So that was the first point. The other point is the issue of the third curb cut and the
Photo, sorry to The photo that you had provided, I did not see a brick wall. I saw.
Madam Chair, is your microphone on?
Sorry, the photo that was submitted as part of the last submission, it showed a chain link fence that was about 3 foot high or something like that. So I didn't see a brick wall.
Yeah, there's another photo that shows the brick wall.
Okay, did everybody see that?
It was in the last submission.
What
Okay,
was-
so Mr. Gaddy, when you submit things as of today, we are in hearings, but there is just no chance for us to review these documents. There's a reason we provide a deadline for all submissions. In this particular case, we have received so far 3 sets of submissions, and some are repetitive. And to receive submission at 10:30 when we are already in hearing at 10 o'clock, it's not permissible and it's not acceptable. So we did not review it.
So let me just clarify. I did submit everything on time, and the submissions that were submitted this morning were just submissions that show what I'm going to present today. So
And so why don't you walk us through the presentation? We can give, you can upload the photo that you have on share screen and walk us through it.
okay. You can all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So the first thing that you requested was the lumen diagram, and we provided the lumen diagram, and your concern was that the lights may affect the neighbor on the top over here, but that's impossible because this is a solid brick wall over here, and the neighbor only has one window, and that window goes into the bathroom. So this is a property line building. The other issue with the property is that the property does extend in the back, and this area over here is not being utilized at all by the shop. It's used by the neighbor as part of their lawn. So there is absolutely no light that penetrates into this area. Even the lumen foot candles in this particular area are off after 6 o'clock. So when the sun sets, there's no light that is on that affects the neighbor in the back. This is a document that was submitted about 2 weeks ago and resubmitted this morning, and make sure that you have it. I won't address this document in detail, but just to say that my client will be addressing this from an operational standpoint, and they will stress that the third curb cut is absolutely essential to their business, and without the third curb cut, it would create such hardship that it may cost them to close their business. This is the maneuverability study that you asked for, and this shows a typical situation of cars going from one parking space into the service area. And this further explains why the third curb cut is absolutely necessary. These are the 3 parking spaces. The cars back up and go into the service area. This is pretty self-explanatory. These are the tandem parking spaces. These spaces are being used on a temporary basis as cars are maneuvered in and out of the service area. And at no time will there be more than 2 rows. I know some photographs shows that there are 3 rows, but those cars are just temporary there for a few minutes while they're being serviced. So the cars are parked here on a tandem basis. And the third curb cut is essential for when a car is leaving the service area and has to go out in this direction to keep these 2 curb cuts open for other vehicles. And also the third curb cut is essential for tow vehicles in the winter as their plowers come in and the cars are moved. So one thing that is really important to realize is that these rows of tandem parking are never permanent. They're always temporal in nature, and they always move, so that this area has to be left open for the cars to be going in and out and not negatively affect the business. This shows the first curb cut when the cars come in and they park over here. So in other words, there's several people involved. These are when the customers come in, they use this curb cut. When the customers leave, they use this curb cut. The third curb cut is used only by employees. So that's an important distinction. So that's the maneuverability study. We took the directive from you. You wanted us to clarify the property line. We did that. We obtained a new survey. We had the site staked out, and we realized that the area about 2 feet off of the property line was painted black. The owners are going to correct that. They're going to get rid of the black paint and further demarc the property line and be 100%, enforcing that no cars are parked beyond this property line. That is something that they have promised me, and they will do. So these are the photographs of the site right now. Start with the first site. This was taken on Friday, and I had to make sure that everything was recent, so I submitted it today in the morning. This is the temporary bollards. The reason that these are temporary is because they need to be moved in order to let cars in and out of the third driveway. And this is a view of the 3 curb cuts. This is a view of the other parking spots, and this is the property line where the crack is, and you could see that there's asphalt on one side and paint on the other side. These are the 3 bays. The site is clean. There was nothing like tires or debris that I saw when I went there. I personally went there and took these pictures. So
hold on. It seems the volume for the YouTube is turned off, and that's why Mr. Rampula has his hands raised.
No, Mr. Rampula had his hand raised because he missed giving testimony.
Okay, all right. But somebody in YouTube has posted a comment saying that the volume and the YouTube is low.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Is someone saying not hearing anything? Turn up volume, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Let me.
All right. Mr. Gaddy, just hold on, because we need to have the transcript available for public, so we need to.
I could hear you fine, by the way.
Yeah, but not those who are trying to listen through YouTube.
Yeah, this morning I noticed that the YouTube presentation was delayed by about 30 seconds.
Yeah, usually is.
No, YouTube is fine. I don't know why.
YouTube is fine?
Yeah,
Okay.
It is. Yeah, I just listened to
All
it.
right, you just listen? Okay, so we are fine. Proceed, Mr. Gaddy.
Okay, the board requested that this area gets closed off with a chain link fence and a physical separation, and that was done. The board requested that the parking spaces were painted darker yellow, and this was done as well. And the board requested that the wood shed remove and a metal shed be placed, and that was done as well. I just want to point out that the garbage is kept behind this fence so that any unsightly debris or anything that was objectionable that was brought up by Henry Euler in the last 2 presentations have been encapsulated in this area. The door is kept closed so that there's no unsightly elements. This is the inside of the shed. There's no flammable materials. And this further shows the curb cut along Francis Lewis Boulevard. This is the curb cut on the right if you're facing service station, on the left if you're facing away. And this is the second curb cut, and the third curb cut's in the back. this is the wall that I was referring to. This is the wall, to the left of it is the service station, to the right of it is the rear property line, is a rear property. The service station doesn't use it for anything. This is used as a backyard for the neighbor. So, and you could see from this picture, there are no lights. There's nothing that, filters into the residential area. This is another view of the back of the service station with the chain link fence and the brick wall, showing that there is no light that filters in, and there's no debris or anything from the service station on that property line. And the key to all the pictures, this is the existing plan, which you have seen quite a few times. I want to stress that the existing plan has been approved by the BSA in the past, and by the also has been approved by the Community Planning Board. In 2 sessions, unanimous vote, there was no issue with this whatsoever. And that's it for my presentation today.
Okay. I would like to hear from the property owner. I would like a complete walkthrough on a daily basis, what exactly happens when the business starts. How do the vehicles come in? And then after that, what happens? How many line up at a certain time, and how the vehicles are moved around within the site without using the sidewalk or the public street within the site. And how does that rotate? I would like to know how many vehicles are brought in on a given day, typical day. What is the volume of vehicles that come in on a typical day, and how many leave the site on a typical day? All that information, because I think those are critical for us to understand, understand why you need 3 curb cuts, because I'm still not able to understand it.
Do you want that in writing, or do you think she should try to answer that?
If you can answer it today, that would be helpful. If not, you can put it in writing and diagrammatically show it, because I have to say, Mr. Gadi, the maneuverability plan that you sent, the last one, I don't see why the 3rd curb cut still would be needed, because it would only be needed on that chance where you have 2 sets of vehicles that are coming in and a 3rd set of vehicle is trying to get out. Unless you can prove me otherwise, where it's happening 24/7 or all throughout your business operation, there are always 2 vehicles coming in and 1 vehicle going out. At no time you have any of these 2 existing curb cuts at all available for any maneuverability. I'm not convinced why a 3rd curb cut is needed. And the prior and may I say, the prior board did not approve the 3rd curb cut. Prior board approved only 2 curb cuts. Yes,
I've asked my client, Melissa, to join today to answer that question. If she could, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Before you answer the question, Commissioner Shah.
I did read in the submission that the applicant's claiming that the 3rd curb cut is to ensure security for people on site. I would say that the presence of the 3rd curb cut, the way it's presented right now, it imposed actually on safety to people who are walking on the sidewalk. If you look at the way that a vehicle, when I exit the site from the 3rd curb cut, or the one all the way to the left, by the bollards, and these bollards supposed to be fixed there all the time. The car has to make right, walk on the sidewalk a little bit, and then make left, exiting through the curb cut. So that curb cut is
well, that's why the applicant is saying they do not want a fixed curb cut. They do not want a fixed bollard. They want a temporary bollard which can be moved around at their will whenever they want to and whenever they need to. So my question is, why even bother having a bollard if you're going to move it around? Because eventually the bollard is probably going to be on the street. All I care to know. The purpose of having a bollard is to absolutely ensure that there shall be no utilization of the sidewalk for any maneuverability other than entering and exiting the facility.
this. And if we allow that, I'm not satisfied about the safety of
Yeah.
the public walking on the sidewalk.
Commissioner Yoon, did you have a question that maybe Ms. Tomic can also answer?
I mean, I think I said this at the last hearing. I don't even understand why you need two curb cuts. I think 130-foot curb cut for this frontage seems sufficient. The car shouldn't be waiting in the curb cuts. It's not a drive-through. It's not such a high traffic situation compared to other vehicular traffic projects that we see. It's 30 feet wide. Any truck, plow, any kind of vehicle that operates on regular roadways can fit in a 30-foot curb cut with
Two
a
of them.
lot of room left over
With
in
two
both
vehicles,
directions.
right.
So if the prior board approved two curb cuts, that's something that's fine. But the need for a third is completely beyond me. I still have zero confidence that that is necessary in order to have your site operate.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Tomic. You can see the sense of skepticism we have, and or maybe from your end, lack of understanding. So please educate us. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Hi. So basically that third curb cut, if you look at Bill Gotti's map, the tandem parking. So we have a lot of elderly patients too. We have customers who are not the best drivers. And so when you said you saw those cars parked, those are mechanics. So different times of the year, we have higher volume. Summer, we get slammed. Spring, fall, we get slammed. Winter is a little slow, but then again, we need snowplow trucks. We still need the use of tow trucks. Also, Francis Lewis is a very busy street. Now imagine one curb cut, people maneuvering out blindly, doing 3K turns while simultaneously people are coming in. Just doesn't make sense, especially on high volume.
How often does that happen? And how in a day, how often is that happening?
So we utilize the curb cuts. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's not chaos. It's functional. It's functional. That those tandem parking allow customers to go right out. Instead of maneuvering out, they can just maneuver right out, and customers, the flow of traffic coming in and the cars parked to the right and the repair shop being operated in the back. My dad has been running this for 40 years functionally. No committee has given a problem with the use of maneuverability and things like that, because this is what works. This is what works for 40 years. Now me and my husband take over with our own financial thing. I never thought something like this could happen where you're proposing bollards. Now, bollards, in regards to that, why we haven't put permanent bollards is those rubber cones have already cost us insurance liability issues. Our customers are hitting it with the bumper. People have opened their doors.
Ms. Tomic, I'm very familiar with those bollards. Those cannot at all damage cars.
But they have. Tow trucks have been hitting it. Customers have been hitting it. The way they're positioned, we don't have a big lot. It's small. And we have a lot of volume coming in and out. I can't imagine once summer hits, what's going to happen. That's chaos. Like our business would collapse, not only for insurance liability, but we wouldn't be able to do the same number of cars. Cars would be parked in the street, clogging up Francis Lewis. Then we would really have a problem with traffic.
Tomic, I mean, the photographs that we have seen that were submitted by your team shows 3 rows of tandem cars, and those 3 rows of tandem cars are extending onto the second curb cut. Forget about the third curb cut. They're not only blocking the third curb cut, they're blocking part of the second curb cut. So the chances of with or without the bollard, your cars that are going in and out are going to hit any of these vehicles. So I'm not sure why the fault is lying with the bollards. The bollards are not doing anything. And so, if you're telling them to go past the bollard, then that's a wrong information, because that third curb cut is not supposed to be there. That's the whole reason we are asking for you to put the bollards up.
It just doesn't make sense maneuverability wise. I said people have already scratched. The demarcation line can be served through the paved parking lot. The paved parking lot, a black thick line adjacent to a white sidewalk virtually is enough. My dad has done it for 40 years. There's never been a problem with safety. No one has ever gotten hurt. What can get hurt is people trying to back up and maneuver through 1 or 2 curb cuts simultaneously with
how many vehicles? Okay, so
Yeah.
if I am parking, just help me. If I'm parked if my car is on parking space number 12 and I'm ready to, my car is done and I'm going to
Yeah.
speed. So I'll have to reverse, right? Regardless, I'll have to reverse. There's no way I can get out of there using the third curb cut. I have to reverse.
Well, I'll tell you right now, that those, like you said, those are temporary. They're not always full. So there are spaces in between. There's not always 1, 2, 3, 4 lanes being occupied.
All the
Those-
photos you have shown, all the photos that's been shown I'm really happy to see your business is flourishing so well, because all the photos you have shown shows all of those parking spaces, not only full, and there's another third row. So there are 4 plus 4 plus 4 sets of vehicles that are at a given time that are parked there. These are the photographs I've submitted. So I'm basing it on this, what I'm seeing.
Okay, so those photos are a moment in time. I can show you literally real time. And those cars are being swept away real quick.
Okay,
So
I
we-
have to say, if it is a moment in time, it is pretty impressive that Google Street View, every time a moment in time, it has picked up 3 rows of vehicles always parked all throughout the year from 2012 all the way till present. That is pretty, I'm not a statistician, but if you were to use statistical analysis and the probabilities, it seems it is 100% of the time you have 3 rows of vehicles that are parked there all the time.
And I will add that on the street, the curb cuts, the left and the center curb cuts are also always blocked in all of the photos.
Right, and it may be your vehicles that are blocking these curb cut, but that is your problem, not ours. And that is your self-created problem, because you have provided a curb cut and you're blocking it for your own purpose. And that is not serving the public. Please keep in mind, this was a variance that was granted for you to use to allow an operation that is not permitted as of right in this zoning district. And in order for you to operate here, you have to ensure that it is not going to create an undue safety issue for pedestrians and for traffic that is located around, that would be navigating through this area. Now, yes, maybe we have not received any complaints, but the fact remains that this is an issue in the way you're showing on your maneuverability plan and where you're stating it and how it's actually in reality is operating based on the photos.
Excuse me, Madam Commissioner Sheta had his hands up, and also Mr. Tomek has his hand up.
I believe Mr. Tomek is on the site and he wants to give us a video demo of what he's seeing.
Okay.
Mr. Tomek, you unmute, please?
Miss Commissioner Sheta,
Yes, I want to share.
okay, hold on. Let Mr. Tomek.
I want to share a part of the submission.
Let Mr. Tomek state, because he's on the field and he wants to give a video demo.
Okay.
So let him do that.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Someone needs to stop sharing.
Stop sharing the
Or
screen,
you just-
Mr. Who's scaring, Dottie? Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
and let's focus on Mr. Tomek, if you
Hello,
want to
yeah.
walk us through the site.
All right, hi. So I just wanna, it came up on, you say about mobility, right? The only reason why we're putting our cars here is because if that site is empty, the people next door, they will park the car there. So if I need to leave through that entrance, I need to go to the dentist's office to find who blocked my entrance. This is the only way we put our cars. Bill was here Saturday. He saw 3 cars, and I told the guys in 1 second we moved the cars to show him that it's empty. So this is the only way why you always see the 3 cars there, is because I have a control of moving them and putting them back in, opening the third cup or second cup. So you don't see effective movability for a third curb cup and use. So Friday, the 2 cars that came in with the tow truck. The tow truck blocked the 2 entrances to drop the car off. The only entrance was the third curb cut, right? And in New York, everybody's in a rush. They want to leave the car. They want to leave the site right away. They don't want to wait 15 minutes. So in order to keeping the customers aggravated, we use the third curb cut. And the third curb cut was there for 40 years. We just utilized. We didn't never ask for a third cut. It was there, so we just using the curb cut. That's what we got. We don't use it 100% of the time. We don't use it every day, because I know what you're seeing. You don't see that the third curb cut was utilized every day, but when we need it, it's there. It's for us to use, and we actually helps out a lot. So this is the only way why we trying to argue this, why we don't want that removed, because it helps out, especially if it's busy. I moved the car that was parked all the way to the left. I'll show you right now. And we usually, all the cars that was there in the corner are finished cars. So when the customers come to pick up the car, right? I'll show you how to reverse this. Okay, reverse. When the car comes to pick up the cars, right? We move the cones and the car get out right away. Right there. And that's my car. And I just moved the car and they just came out, because its bank is right here. I'll show you. Bank is right here. When people go to bank, if the bank is full, they will park on this spot right there. So I cannot move this car from outside. So this is the only way we utilize this. We never asked for this, but we just got it. We just used to. We've been doing with this for so many years. So we kind of get used to it. The third curb cut, and we just asked to keep the third cut there, because we will need this. Especially when we're busy in the summertime, it's crazy. It's like a big help, and especially if we have a lot of snow, the plow comes and cleans everything pretty quick. And the boilyard, I know we said about boilyard. The boilyard, I know what you say that you can't hurt the boilyard cannot hurt the cars, right? But you don't understand which kind of customers I'm dealing with. If it's a little scratch on the car, right, they want to fix. And they will little scratch the car, the little boilyard. Imagine if we have like a fixed, a metal, concrete boilyard. It's like, I mean, so far we have with the plastic one a lot of problems. I can't even imagine what's going to be with the fixed one. So,
thank you, Mr. Tomek. I think the photo, the video that you live video that you showed told me exactly what I've been telling, which is the third curb cut is being blocked by vehicles, not by yours, but by other vehicles. So it almost non-functional curb cut, which you occasionally would use it once you have reached out to your dentist parent, or if it's available to use it. So it's an occasional use. So, and the video that you showed again 3 rows of vehicles that are parked there, not 2 rows as your diagram shows it. So when you have an operation with 3 rows of vehicles parked in tandem, and then you're trying to back up, I'm not going to be liable, and I'm not going to ask the board to be made liable for whether you have a bollard or not. It's the way the operation is happening. So again, I really appreciate both of you being here and telling us what is happening, but please rethink your operation, because what you are doing is not at all helping the argument. And unfortunately, you have just proved it, that your third curb cut is used occasionally, not all the time. And it is blocked most of the time. And when it is blocked most of the time, your tow truck should not be waiting. If your I don't know why your tow truck is parked in front of your street, in front of the 2 curb cuts. It should be inside to free up the thing. So yeah, right.
So I understand.
They should bring the car in and then drop it off on your site, and then they should leave.
I understand. So
you have
all right. So you think?
Mr. Tomek froze.
Let me respond to your concern. I've been at the job site several times.
I had but it comes not even 100%.
Okay. Million, wait a second. I've been at the job site, at the project site several times, and I observed with my own eyes that the 3 tandem rows are there only on a very, very temporary basis. In fact, when I was there on Friday, there was only 2 rows of tandem cars, and the site was the 3 curb cuts were completely open. I do understand your skepticism, and I do understand that you are trying to protect the interest of the public, but I did witness a pedestrian on a video tripping on one of the bollards, those rubber bollards, and he actually fell on the floor and had a bleeding nose. So I think if your concern is public safety, I think that could be easily addressed by moving.
Okay,
All
Mr.
right,
Getty, thank you.
I think everybody on the board has heard all of your reasons why you want to keep the 3rd curb cut and why you don't want bollards. But number one, the previous plans had 2 curb cuts on it and had an applicant representative represent to the board that that was an accurate accounting of what was on the site at the time of the previous grant. So if there was a 3rd curb cut, that was illegal as far as Department of Buildings and the BSA considers. So we're not going to talk about how you should be grandfathered because you've always had something that never came before the board or was examined before the board. You just can't make that argument. It's not acceptable. So that's number one. If the board takes a look at a site plan and determines that the public safety is best served by only having 2 curb cuts, then that's what goes. It really doesn't make a difference whether your operations can conform to our decision. You have to make it work. If we say 2 curb cuts, then you're going to have to figure it out. And if you have elderly drivers who can't make it in and out of those 2 curb cuts, then operationally, you have to hire a staff person who will guide those cars onto and off of the site. That's not our issue. That's your issue. Third point I want to make. When you come to us and you tell us you can't put bollards in because the public are tripping over them, when you haven't even installed the bollards that the BSA has directed you to install. We wanted concrete bollards, which do not have a lip. They go directly into the ground. Your temporary bollards, because they don't go into the ground, they have a lip around them to kind of
move around.
make it so that they don't tip over in the wind. Well, that's what the person tripped over. If you had concrete bollards that went directly straight into the ground with a level sidewalk around it, you would not have a customer or a pedestrian tripping on it. So you can't even make that argument to us. It's not acceptable. I think we've been over this time and again. We've had quite a few hearings where we've discussed this, and you still have not made the case for the 3rd curb cut that supersedes the board's interests that the public remains safe when passing your site and that your operations are contained solely on your site within your property and not spilling out onto the sidewalk. So I think this is a dead issue. I think that all of the board members are aligned on this, basically.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not helping. Yeah, I agree. And I would say if you are so serious of wanting to improve the condition, first thing, go and change the sidewalk condition and make your property alignment to what the site survey shows. And I agree with Commissioner Otley Brown's statement 100%. I think the temporary bollards are more of a nuisance and they can be a tripping hazard, but that's not what we asked you to put there. So that is a decision you took to put a bollard. But that's why we asked for solid ones. I really don't want to add any more.
No, I just want to raise a point. The initial submission that came in on January 25th came with a cover letter and what is called a bollard plan and some pictures. In the pictures, you can see the bollards from far with chains. And if you look at the bollard plan, it actually indicates a concrete filled steel tube.
It's not consistent.
On the road.
Right, we all agree.
And the issue about, we cannot install these bollards came in play only after we sent an email, had our staff send an email talking about inconsistency and the bollards seem to be plastic.
Okay, I think you have heard enough from us, and unfortunately at this point, none of the commissioners here feel your argument for 3rd curb cut. It's justifiable. And, I really don't want to push this argument to a fourth hearing or anything, because this is not helping your argument at all. And, the board has in the past denied applications if they are not going to comply with the conditions. So you decide how you want to proceed with it and how you want to address this issue. It's a business decision, but it's also a decision that allows you to either stay in business as per the board approved plans, prior board approved plans. I'm not even asking you to do, I'm just ensuring that your site will be operational. And to keep it operational, providing a little bit more site safety features for the pedestrians and for the public who are using the streets. So I think there is a flaw in your operation. While it may have succeeded all this time, but this discussion definitely shows that there's a flaw in the operation and there needs to be more monitoring and management within the site to minimize these kind of spillovers and backups and other things that's happening on your site. You're relying on the 3 curb cuts when you need to, but it's because it's not being managed on site properly.
Can I ask one thing? Why does so having 2 curb cuts, why does that mean we have to have bollards? Because I feel like bollards is actually not a safety issue. That's going to really impact.
Miss Tomic, we already discussed it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You want to have 2 curb cuts, then put the 3rd curb cut. You have to build a sidewalk and
lengthening the sidewalk, lengthening the curb cut. No.
Yeah,
Just
remove
making
the
the
curb cut, remove the 3rd curb cut, you have to remove the 3rd curb cut, build it to the sidewalk and get a builder's pavement plan to build it up to the sidewalk condition that it was intended to be. And as Commissioner Yoon pointed out, both of those curb cuts each are 30 foot wide. 30 foot wide is a very wide curb cut for 2 rows of vehicles to go in and out. So if one of the curb, especially the extreme, if I'm looking at Francis Lewis Boulevard from your side, the extreme left curb cut that is there, it is being blocked by a vehicle that is parked right to the property line. So right, you may have a 30-foot wide curb cut, but your curb cut is not being fully utilized because you have parked your vehicles and that is blocking
So
your.
nobody else parks. So nobody else parks because the dentist's office and other people park, but we need to, what I'm saying is we utilize that a lot. All you have to do is move the car.
Ms. Tomic, that is an issue that you have to resolve with your neighbor. But the fact of the matter is you have 2 30-foot wide curb cuts and your own vehicles are blocking one of the 30-foot wide curb cuts, which preventing you from utilizing it fully. So that is not the problem of this board.
It's not preventing us because we move it and we use it as we need it. The problem is with these bollards and limiting the curb cuts, it's going to greatly impact our business. Our business I have 3 children. We're going to go down. I don't have the finances.
Ms. Tomic, we have to meet the findings of the prior board's approval. And the finding is related to safety and maneuverability. They
didn't approve bollards. They never approved bollards.
Okay, well, I'm going to go to the public. I'm going to go to the public. Thank you.
Okay.
You put up the screen, Joe? Ms. Brenda? Thank you. The case we are currently discussing is 72456BZ, 4242 Francis Lewis Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this case, please call 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room, that little Zoom raised hand at the bottom of your computer screen, raise it. And once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
If there's anybody want to.
I believe Mr. Rampoula's hand is still up.
But I think that's for a next case. Okay, 505, I think that's Mr. Euler.
505 is Mr. Euler.
Yep. 505 is Mr. Euler.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Euler, please proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Henry Euler. I'm the president of the Auburndale Improvement Association, and this business lies within my civic boundaries. I did visit the site yesterday afternoon. I saw the bollards. They're like plastic, or I don't know if they're rubber or plastic, but they move a lot. And I don't think they're very effective in keeping, two cars off the sidewalk. Sometimes cars will park on the sidewalk just because they don't see other spaces. So I do think we need more of a permanent kind of bollard at that location. In one of the pictures that Mr. Gotti showed, you could see the school that's 1 block north of the business on the opposite side of Francis Lewis Boulevard. And it's also a daycare center right across the street from the school on the same side that the business is on. And to us, the most important thing is the safety of the children there. During drop-off in the morning and pick-up in the afternoon, it's very congested on that intersection. And you see a lot of parents picking up kids coming out of the building, and sometimes I've seen cars parked down south there near the auto business and PC Richards on the other side to pick up the kids. So, kids and other pedestrians do walk by the businesses on both sides of Francis Lewis Boulevard. So, for safety's sake, we just feel that it's very important that no cars ever are on the sidewalk for any reason. And so we agree with the bollard situation. We've had bollards put in at other places too. I don't know, what the expense would be, but that's something that the two owners would have to look into. We appreciate the work they've done so far. They replaced the shed on the north side of the building with that new shed that looks much better. They have a nice fence in front of it. The station is clean. Also, they did take down the lift that they had outside, and we hope that that's part of the conditions when this is granted. If this is granted, that they do not put up the outside lift again, because we feel all work should be done in the bays. And as the applicant said, they've been in business here a long, long time. Mrs. Tomic's father did operate the service area for a long, long time. And they're known in the community for their honesty and their good work. So we hope that some things can be accomplished in a spirit of cooperation so that everybody is satisfied and the business continues to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Euler. Okay.
That's good.
I have to find out why. Mr. Rampula, are you raising your hand because you want to speak regarding this project?
No, when I texted I'm sorry, Madam Chair, when I emailed Mr. Rampula, he had raised his hand because he thought that we were still going to be discussing the rule change. So I emailed him and told him he could submit in writing.
Okay.
But I asked him to please put his hand down.
Okay.
I haven't seen it go down yet.
Okay. Mr. Euler raised good points, and I think the board absolutely does not want any business to fail, but we also want to work with you. And I think so far the reluctance at your end to kind of find a solution that can work, it's kind of difficult. There are ways of laying the space out in a way that can work in the business and can serve what the city is allowing you to, and at the same time maintaining the safety. And, I really would strongly suggest that you go back to the drawing board, look through the plans, and look at ways that you can reorient the parking spaces so that your tow truck is not blocking the driveway. Your tow truck can enter, drop off, and can pick up. and allow for all the actions and not be on a mercy of your neighbor when they want to use the car. I think that is a business decision and your decision with your neighbors. It is nothing we can do. Or, I mean, or you take down the curb cut that is on the extreme left-hand side and retain 2 curb cuts, either one of those, but 3 curb cuts is too much for this side. We review many such cases, and 3 curb cuts is not at all needed for a site of this magnitude and for the operation. So I'm going to recommend that we close the hearing, and I will keep the record open, and I will give you 3 months to make a submission that can help us understand your revised business operation and amenability plan. And in the meantime, please fix up the sidewalk. There's no reason for our approval on that. You fix up the sidewalks. That is a fault that needs to be corrected. And think of your business decision, how you want to go about it, whether you want to keep 2 curb cuts and how would you reorient the 2 curb cuts, how will you reorient your parking spaces, all of that, and revise the plans accordingly. Unfortunately, I think from what you're hearing from the board, and I do appreciate all the changes, improvements that you have made, as Mr. Euler pointed out. All of those are much appreciated. But this is a significant part of the review that the prior boards would have considered, that we are continuing to ensure is retained, because that is always the basic parameter of all our reviews when we review automotive repair facilities. So I'm going to strongly suggest reconsider your position, reconsider your site orientation, and see how you can better serve your business in a manner that works within your property without requiring additional curb cuts or parking on the sidewalk. Any questions or answers or any suggestions from commissioners?
The only thing I wanted to add is that I think the chair's made it clear we're not intentionally picking on your site. We are trying to bring it up to a standard that we hold all of the other similar operations to. Separately, the on-street parking is not entitled to whoever's frontage is on that street. This on-street parking is a convenience for the public, so that if someone is going to see their dentist, they can park on the street to go see their dentist. If someone's going to see someone at your repair shop, they can park on the street. You're not entitled to those parking spaces in front of your property as of right. It is meant for the general public to park in. And the chair did mention our job is to make sure that you maintain your operation within the boundaries of your site. The curb cut is meant to provide access for cars to your site. You're not meant to operate outside in the public right of way that is meant for everyone to have access to. So just as a principle, this is what we are basing our decisions on, and this is why we're insisting on reducing the number of curb cuts and providing the bollards.
If you need more time, Mr. Gaddy, to provide your submission, reach out to our project manager and let them know. So if you need additional 4 months, if you need 4 months instead of 3 months, let us know. So because we want you to come up with a solution that would work for your business, for your client's business, and that responds to the concerns and comments you have heard from the commissioners here.
I think 3 months is adequate. I want to thank the commissioners and the board for, taking the time and getting back to us and allowing Ms. Tomic and Mr. Tomic to express their concerns, and we will comply in the fullest way possible. Thank you.
Yeah, and I do appreciate you talking us through it, and it is not easy as an operator for you to approach it from the way we are, because as Commissioner, you pointed out, we are trying to be consistent with all projects have to adhere to these guidelines. It's not just this particular site. So when we are looking at it, we are evaluating through the same criteria that we apply. And Mr. Gatti, listen to what has been stated and listen to what the statements have been made and how it shows from in a very objective manner, because it is very critical for that understanding to have seeped into your team before you can even put together a proposal.
Okay, we'll
Okay.
do that.
Okay.
Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both. And I wish you all the best. And we do want your project to survive and thrive. So please keep that in mind. Come up with a plan that works and responds to the city's concerns. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibata,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. New cases, item number 12, 80248 BZ, volume 3, 13-46 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
Okay,
This should be,
who should this? I don't see any any known person here.
Huh,
I do not.
this should be Hiram or
I
Adam
don't see Roth
Giamatti?
Crook. I don't see Hiram.
Or Adam or anybody?
I don't see Adam. I don't see anybody from that group. Okay, let's go to the next case then,
Interesting, okay.
because Ms.
We'll
Fullader is
second
here.
call, we'll second
Yeah.
call 80248 BZ. Item number 13, 23456 BZ, volume 3, 10-02 Clintonville Street.
I-
Queens,
I think this would be Ms. Fullader and
be Elise
Mr.
Fullader and Andrew Stewart.
Andrew Stewart. Is Ms. Fullader, is Andrew Stewart also joining you? Yes, and he raised his hand.
Hi, it's not Andrew Stewart.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
It's Hugo and Cherico should be on it. But I thought we had one more case, so I didn't give them a heads up. So
Yeah, because they're not on the, I'm sorry, they're not.
yeah, so I'm gonna just tell them we are on now. But if you see a Hugo and a Cherico King,
no, we don't.
No.
sorry, I was gonna give them like, it's hard to tell how long things will be.
Well, if they join them, they can.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to start without them, please?
I can, they're the architect team, so
Oh,
I
they're
want
architects,
certain items. Can I give them a quick, or can I give them a quick call?
Sure.
Okay, sorry.
Let me just check my email in case somebody from that case calls. Of course.
And please let Mr. Rothkrug.
They're logging in right now.
Okay. All right.
Andrew will be for, just so you know, 1677 Bruckner.
Oh, okay. What's the name? Hugo?
Andrew Stewart. Oh, for this, Hugo, how is it? I can't say his last name, Mowian and Cherico King. They might be on the same.
Yeah, they might be joining in, so.
Do you have them? I don't see my chart here.
All
Huh, I don't see them.
We registered them.
I know, but I do not see them, Madam Chair. Maybe you asked them.
Sorry, try to give people a heads up.
Jericho King is in.
Yeah, that's good. He's maybe he goes with him, so.
All right, I'm letting Cherico King in. No,
Maybe
I
together.
don't see the other name.
Maybe they're together.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the same office, so they might just be on.
Oh, okay, so they might be together. Okay.
Yes, hi, how are you? My apologies. We'll kind of, scramble trying to log in.
Okay, are you have your partner there?
Yes, Hugo's behind him. How are you?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you? Okay, so everyone raise their right hands, please, so we can get this moving along. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions.
I do.
You have your partner there?
I do, yes. He was behind.
Oh, turn off the YouTube.
Raise your right hand, please. Please get the people along. Thank you. You will firmly tell the truth, the whole.
Turn your YouTube off, please.
Okay.
Good, okay. You want to proceed, Ms. Fullader, or you want to leave it to Mr. King?
I'm going to proceed. He'll answer the questions as they come up. Okay. So Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC, on behalf of the applicant. We heard your comments. Thank you so much. I'm not going to go in order. I'm going to try to take care of the easier questions first, and we can deal with the harder ones after. If that's okay. So first is, you had a comment about striping the parking area for maneuverability. That's the parking we're not going to use. We can stripe that area. I could share the plans if that helps, but no problem. That area can be striped next to the parking spaces. Then you had another question that I think went really fast about showing the width of parking or something.
I think I wanted to know oh, actually, while I say it, I see it, it says 6 foot. I'm sorry. See, when you review the, yeah, the width of the curb cut, sorry, the pathway to be 6 foot. Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Okay, so you see it now.
Yes, I do see it right now.
Okay,
Sorry
perfect.
about that.
No problem. Next is, you had a question about the trash area. We'd like to store it inside. I can have Cherico speak about it if you want, but we don't want to have rodents, so we'd like to keep it inside, and we can show it on our floor plan.
Right. So just show it on the floor plan as to where that is. I couldn't locate it as I was trying to read it.
We didn't show it before, but we intended on keeping it inside, and we can note that on.
Okay.
In terms of the ADA space, we actually did switch it. If we could have had it in 2 spaces, the community board asked to switch it around, so we did that, and your updated plan shows what the community board requested.
Okay.
And then in terms of the other community board comment, we agree. That's why we didn't change the door, but we agree with what Commissioner Yoon said. We'd have to redo the whole floor plan. It would be pretty complicated. And that we're not changing the gas station aspects of our case or of our application. So we just wanted to maintain that as is, the pumps and the required public bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Sidewalk must be restored on 10th. We understand that, and we're going to restore the sidewalk, not a problem. Then the next questions, I'm going to have Cherico help me. He did a search of the DOB violation and didn't come up with anything. I'm here to, he's going to speak on that and then let you know how he's going to resolve it.
Yes, because this is an alteration CVO filing with the DOB Now system, and ultimately we're going to get a final CVO, and before we get a final CVO, we have to clear up all the violations. So, within the next couple of weeks, we're going to start searching for the existing zoning violations, and we will resolve that, immediately. I assume that zoning violation is probably the previous BSA case was maybe lapsed or whatever they wanted to have the the BSA case renewed. I think that was probably the zoning violation. But again, I have to do the research first.
Okay, so thank you. So do submit an updated DOB violation status and all the violations that's been addressed.
Sure.
Submission.
And depending on how we do this, that might happen. Regardless, we're going to resolve all these things, but I'm not sure, but it might have to happen as they're renovating the site.
Right. And you can state that in your submission, that these are things that are going to be resolved during the renovation, and some of them have already been resolved, and these are the dates when they were resolved. The process.
Yeah, just wanted to be clear about that, just in case.
Yeah.
Okay, and then for lighting, you could see on the site plan, and I can share it, we did a note that says that no lighting will be shown into residential areas, but I should also note that the building is going to be a complete brick wall on the lot line, so that
Right.
will have nothing shining in. And on the other side, we have fencing, we can add the language opaque, but the site next to us is currently a vacant commercial building that they're trying, it says a tenant will be there soon.
Okay, yeah, I don't think it's really the lumen spread affecting the residential use, and so if you can just add a note as a general note that there shall be no light that would.
We have it, I could show it to you. We put it in the notice of comments. It's see, I could share it if you want on the screen, but it says that lighting notes, exterior lighting to be directed downward and away from any adjacent residential properties. Shielding is installed with
Okay.
lighting as necessary in the corner.
Yep, okay, thank you. That's fine.
Thank you. And then the last is the curb cuts. That was the most complicated issue. So I'm going to share the previously approved plans, and then Cherico here is going to tell you about the survey and what we can do. So hold on one second. Okay. Sorry, Cherico. Just want to find one that shows it. Okay. Share screen. Okay. So Cherico, I turn to you to show the previously approved and
Yes. So the previous curb cut was approved for two 30-foot curb cuts on each side of the street frontage. And we intend to keep the same, but I think we drew the site plan based on the survey that recently acquired. And the surveyor probably did not accurately, record the existing condition of the curb cuts. Mainly because, I think the existing curb cut and also the curb in between the two was, kind of, not very visible. It's probably at about 3 inches or less. So when the surveyor went out, he just kind of documented as one big curb cut. Again, we're not intent to propose any new curb cut at all. We're trying to keep the existing. And if the existing is two existing curb cut on each frontage, and that's what we're going to keep. And we will have the surveyor make correction to the survey, and then we'll do the same on our drawing as well.
Okay, I thank you for the clarification. 2 comments. One is I didn't have the chance to go to the site, but I did a Google Street View, and where possible, I was trying to keep an eye out what the sidewalk condition is and the curb cut condition. The curb cuts, you're right. I think the surveyor may have mixed up, partly because the curb cut has I would say the sidewalk isn't in bad condition. And so maybe there has been erosion at the edge, which is kind of flattened out, and you need to fix the sidewalk.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah, not just removing the asphalt, but the entire curb cut, the sidewalk along your entire property. That would address one of the concerns. The second comment that I have is the extreme western curb cut on 10th Avenue. The way where it is located, it is almost going to be unused for a portion of it because the building is right in the way. So my question is, do you really need that 29-foot wide, 30-foot wide curb cut, or can it be reduced, or would your maneuverability be better if you were to move that curb cut little bit in? And is that the reason why some of your sidewalks are getting impacted, because our vehicles going over the sidewalk and partially onto the curb or something like that? So I think it is, you may want to look at the way your curb cut is being used, and maybe that is causing erosion of the sidewalk.
Sure. If it comes down to move the curb cut closely together, we can do that. I think probably the current or the previous gas station operator over the years, they may have made some modification to it just for the ease of vehicles to come in and out easily. But again, you're right, the building's in the way, and then, since you request that we need to, repave the sidewalk, we will do so, accordingly.
Yeah, so look at your, I don't know if a maneuverability plan has been provided. Look through your maneuverability. Okay, you have provided the car.
We have, yes. Mhm.
And it seems from most of it, you're using the front curb cut on 10th and less on and I don't know how the trucks are. I think the trucks are going to use the one that's to the west and not so close to the intersection to be able to make that turn. Either they're coming from 10th and then exiting onto Clinton or vice versa. I think it's more like 10th and then to Clinton. So provide a maneuverability plan of your trucks. Look at your maneuverability plans for the trucks and for the cars and see where the second curb cut should be located in relation to that. Because I think it's not serving you and you end up ruining the curbs and the sidewalks even more so because it's not lining up with the way the vehicles are actually entering and exiting.
Okay, yeah, we will definitely make adjustment to that. I'm trying to see.
I'm sharing if that helps. I don't know if you see it.
According to the survey that I'm looking at, I know it's wrong that he didn't, document it properly, but I see that the beginning of the existing curb cut on the westerly of the building on the 10th Avenue actually kind of starts at the edge of the building, just as we shown on our site plan.
I see.
So again, whatever it is, if we need to make adjustment, we will do so.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it seems from what you're saying, you're going to kind of do a pretty thorough overhaul of this entire site. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, they're gonna clean up this, yeah.
So this would be, I think you should look at that, your maneuverability and see where the curb cuts on 10th Avenue need to be aligned.
No problem. We'll do that.
And revise the plans accordingly.
Yes.
And I guess I just wanted to say, just so you understand, the person operating this site currently operates a Dunkin' across the street that's very successful. And so he can't open in this location until this is approved, obviously. And he's just on a timeline now, just letting you know that he really wants to start working on this site so he can move his Dunkin' from across the street to this location. But he's also overhauling the gas station as part of the application.
I see. Okay, so he's going to take over the operation of the gas station?
Yeah, he's going to have his people operate the whole site, but I just wanted to say, I guess, that I don't want to drag this out for too long because he can't move his Dunkin' until he fixes up this entire property.
Okay, so I understand the timeline that you have. I would suggest that look through the plans and see what needs to be revised and revise the plans accordingly. And then give us a plan of how you're going to make these improvements. Because a timeline that will take, because as you know, if I'm going to give, this is an extension of term and also,
Well,
right?
no, this doesn't have a term. It's just an amendment.
Oh, it's an amendment. Okay.
It's an amendment, yeah.
Oh, it's an amendment. Okay.
Mhm.
All righty. And your hours of operations will remain the same?
We agreed with the community board. We would change them slightly, 5 a.m. to 10 p.m.
7 days of the week. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the lumen, I'm looking at the street view and the photos submitted, and there is a light pole. It's on the southern property line. I'm not sure if this is yours. Is it yours? And if it is, it's right. It seems to me like it's on the other side of the property. You want me to share my screen?
I guess, yeah.
Sure.
So everybody.
I'm talking about that.
It's not sharing yet.
Yeah, we can't see it.
Oh, here. Okay. Do you know, or can we look into it? Hugo and Cherico, do you know if that's our light pole? And if
That
it's
looks
in-
like a light pole that's pointing to our property and. But it's outside of property. But it looks like it's on the other side of the fence. So I wonder whoever put that up, know that, the exact, location of it. So, I mean, we could have it removed if it's, that's not a problem.
Yeah, this is actually one of the pictures that you submitted to us, and it's,
Okay.
yeah.
So just look into this and just let us know.
If
Yeah,
it's,
we'll make a note of it, if it's, it's not ours, we're gonna have it removed.
if it's yours, just show it on the lumen spread that you're gonna submit. And
Okay, so I wasn't gonna do that because we discussed what the note, but if you need a lumen spread, that's another conversation. Do you?
I haven't
If you-
seen, so that's what I said during the review.
No, I know, we didn't have one because the next door neighbor was commercial in the behind building.
So the thing was that the use next to it is is it totally a commercial use?
Yeah, there's no resident in there. And there's nobody in there, period. And yeah, and a commercial tenant will come to it, but it says to be opened or something, and our client is a local tenant and he's spoken with his neighbor and they're going to be a commercial use in the future, but they haven't opened yet.
If the neighbor is okay with it, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just based on your radius map, it's a mixed use, so it seems it's a mix of.
It was an approved mixed use, but nobody is in there residential, like it was approved as a mixed use, but there is no residential person currently in there. There's nobody in there. It's vacant currently.
All right.
Yeah,
So
I think that building has a CVO for commercial use already.
Okay, just verify whether this belongs to you or not and just clarify it on the plan.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want to go to the public?
Yeah, let's go to the public.
Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 23456BZ, Volume 3, 10-02 Clintonville Street, Queens. Should you wish to comment, dial 646-518, sorry, 9805, or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. At the next prompt, once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. If you are calling in on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to be heard, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. How much time do you need, Ms. Follidaire?
Well, I guess the question is, do we need to have another hearing about this? And if so, can we have the best timeline possible? Like I said, the guy, he wants to start getting everything ready so he can fit across the street.
So here's the question. This is a threshold question of where the curb cut is located, because that is regarding public safety and conditions. So commissioners, do you want to close and see the final documents, or do you want to see the documents and then close?
I would close.
I'll close.
Okay, all right. So the majority is of the opinion to close, but with the record open, that you provide a site plan that responds to the concerns that's been raised, and provide a pretty detailed letter stating, how you came to a decision of either keeping the curb cut, but reducing the width of the curb cut, or moving the curb cut, and what you're proposing to do to restore, and put notes where if the curb cut is going to be located, put a note saying curb cut to be restored for the section where it's going to be removed. And wherever the curb cut has, wherever the sidewalk has been affected along that entire frontage, add a note to the plan saying the sidewalk to be restored to the full height, where no curb cuts are proposed or existing.
Will do.
Okay, and the light please confirm whether those that light pole belongs to you or it's your neighbor's light pole. And yeah. So how much time do you need to do that? And provide a maneuverability plan for your trucks
Will do.
also, because I think that is critical.
Yes,
You-
we can do that less than a week, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I guess whatever you have available based on giving us a week or two to revise the plans.
You would need what, 3 weeks to?
No, you know, we just get it done in a week.
2 weeks?
2 weeks. 2 weeks? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, because
Yeah.
then you have a week and I
Business.
have a week and we can talk about anything that we have to clarify between us. So 2 weeks is,
Okay, so we cannot do February 26th because the submission was due for February 8th. We could do March 11th, submission date is February 22nd.
Okay.
yeah, that sounds good.
Okay,
Okay, no one called in?
yeah, no one called in.
Okay.
Motion.
Thank you so much for the timeline. We really appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
thank you. Please look through it and do it thoroughly. Ms. Pollard, you know what we are looking for. Please look through it because we don't want to open it and create another delay.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Yep,
So repeat again.
Close.
Close. Chair Shanda,
yep. Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yu.
Aye. And Ms. Pollard, look through all the documents and see if you need to revise statement of facts or any of the other things along with it. Okay.
Yeah, definitely, especially if we change the curb cuts.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Rothberg is in the room. He's wondering if you could go back to him.
Yeah, yeah, we'll
Okay.
go back to him.
Okay, we're going back to second item number 12, 80248 BZ Volume 3. Excuse me, 1346 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
Mhm.
Mr. Rothberg,
Yep, I see him.
excuse me. Oh.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rothkrug is in.
Please join us,
Good,
Mr.
good morning. Hold on.
Is that-
Afternoon.
We need a visual, please. Turn your
Yes,
camera.
there we go.
Thank you. Is there anyone joining you, sir?
No, just me.
Okay, let me raise, let me raise your hand. Let me swear you in. Do you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to the board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Hi, I'm Rothkrug for Vassalotti Associates. I want to apologize to the board. I was listening to the first hearing, but maybe I was listening on tape delay. So that when I missed the call, so I apologize to the board. I attended executive session this morning. A couple of notes. Community Board 14 has no objections to the application. They put that in writing. They asked me who to address that to. I told them to reach out to the executive director, and I copied the executive director and Mr. Bell and other members of the board on the community board's email, the fact that they have no objection and were waiving hearing. Second item, the clothing drop box. Pickups and deliveries are made twice a week on Monday and Wednesday at 9 a.m. We'll put a note on the plans on that. There are no violations at the station. It is 100% ADA compliant, the ramp leading into the convenience store. In fact, that work was just done, and we're going to take new photographs to show the board the new alteration that was made, and also show that it does not it's not blocked by an icebox or an Amazon box.
Okay, it's showing on your plan, then the plan needs to be revised.
We'll go out there and we'll take photographs, and if it needs a revision to the plan, we'll certainly make that. We'll show the height of the fence. We'll take more photos. We'll put a note on the plan about the drainage from the car washes, and we'll update the compliance chart. There were also a couple of small items that Mr. Bell asked me to do. I wanted to wait to make those revisions until after this hearing so I can make one submission that incorporates all the comments.
Just to confirm though, we did receive your email from you, Mr. Rothkrug, from the community board saying, have an application and filing. We received it on November 6, 2023. We'll be sending a letter of no objection. With us still without a district manager, but thankfully someone has been hired and is being processed. Is there a specific person that the BSA should send the letter to? Of course, we will copy you and the general manager, Selena Brooks Powers. Thank you, Dolores Orr, Community Board 14Q. Okay, so we have some documentation.
We do have, okay.
Yeah.
One other item, Chair, I apologize. We'll update our Lumen plan.
Yeah, so you need to update the plan and provide photos of the interior site conditions, especially lumen and where the clothing bin is. And you said it's a clothing bin is picked up Mondays, Wednesdays, when to when?
At 9 a.m., Monday and Wednesday at 9 a.m.
Okay.
I hear it's a very good operation. They keep good care of the clothing bin and they don't let it overflow.
Okay. All right. All right. It's not mounted. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments?
Did he mention the compliance chart?
Oh, and you will provide the compliance chart.
Yes. Yes, I mentioned that.
And you want
The hour
fence shown
operation
on the
for the
plan?
car wash as well.
Yeah, the hours of operations
Operation
for
of
the
the
car
car
wash.
wash.
Need to-
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know that very tall light pole, or it's a pole, but I don't know what is the use for it. On the southern, I believe, it's a northeastern corner of the site. Do you know what is that for?
I'm not sure what you're looking at. What are you referring to?
We're on
8248
BZ.
That guy.
It's like a flagpole. That seems like a flagpole. Yeah. Or a former lamppost or some
right?
post.
No, it looks like a flagpole.
Yeah, it looks like.
Wow.
I'll find out what it is.
Thank you.
I don't remember seeing it when I was there, but I guess. Okay.
If the board is amenable, we can have a complete and full submission on everything within 30 days.
Okay.
We would have asked that you close the hearing if it's possible.
Are there any violations on this?
No violations.
Okay, can you just provide like the printout of DOB indicating?
Absolutely.
Any concerns, commissioners, from closing it? Okay, so.
I'm sorry.
No, we have to go to the public. We have to go to the public. Let's go to the public.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 80248 BZ Volume 3, 13-46 Beach Channel Drive, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this item, dial 646-518-9805 or the toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475 and press the pound sign. Excuse me. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute since you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Excuse me.
I don't see anybody so far.
No.
How much time will you need, Mr. Rothkrug, to submit all the revised documents?
30 days.
Okay.
it might be sooner, but I'm just, I want to give time for the Lumen plan.
Yeah. Will take us to March 25th, submission being March 7th.
That's great.
Yeah. Okay. Nobody called in.
What day is March 20th?
Yeah. Motion to close?
Okay. Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Case is closed.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Roth.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you,
next
Mr.
case.
Rothberg.
Thank you, guys.
75884 BZ Volume 4, 1444 Clove Road, Staten Island. Mr.
This would be
Bustinelli.
Bustinelli. I see him in the room and let him join as a panelist.
Mr. Bustinelli, please join us.
I have let him.
Okay.
Is he there? Now he joined.
Okay. Mr. Stewart, are you on this application?
Sorry, no, I'm not. I can leave for now.
Okay. You can hang in there, but just don't speak. I know you're for Bruckner.
All right, Mr. Bustinelli, there he is.
Okay, anyone with you, Mr. Bustinelli?
No, just myself.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Sure. David Bustinelli, Studio 16 Architecture. Good afternoon, members of the board. I did attend the review session, and the one comment about how much time we'll need. This is the last piece of the puzzle, but I'll ask for 6 months on the just in case.
Okay.
6 months?
6 months, okay. All right. 6 months from the day of the grant.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Any questions, comments? Let's go to the public.
Oops, sorry. This case is, the case that we're discussing is 75884 BZ Volume 4, 1444 Clove Road, Staten Island. Should you wish to comment, dial 646-518-9805 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to be heard. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Excuse me.
All right.
It's messy. Do you want a revised statement on that timeline, or do you just?
Yeah, a letter should be fine. A letter
Okay.
should be fine.
Okay.
Mr. Bushnell, just send us a letter requesting a 6 months.
Sure, will do.
I'm going to make a recommendation that we close this and we schedule it for decision February 26th.
Yeah, the timer has gone out. I'm sorry, for some reason it's not on this phone. My thing wasn't up. The timer has finished.
Okay. Motion to close?
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 15, 278.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Busanelli. Take care. 27886 BZ, Volume 4. Sorry, Volume 4. 1677 Bruckner Boulevard, the Bronx. This is Ms. Fullader and Mr. Stewart.
Okay, let me see, Mr. Oh, he's already in.
Yeah, hung out for a while.
He's a very patient man.
Go ahead.
Okay, ready? Do you affirm to tell, raise your right hand, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Thank you so much. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I have Mr. Stewart here from the engineering team. Spoke to the person that built this White Castle in 1986 or 7. Oh, hello? Can you not hear me?
I think this is coming from Mr. Stewart.
Someone mute, please.
Yes,
There's
Mr.
background
Mr.
noise.
Stewart muted.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Fullader.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you so much. We heard your comments and we spoke, and I was saying that I also spoke to the person that built this White Castle originally in the 80s. He's still working on this White Castle. Thanks you for saying what a beautiful site it is. I wanted to share the last resolution with everyone, just so we can look at the conditions together, because you brought up items and we're willing to do things, but they're not conditions, and I just wanted to show, so.
Yeah,
one
actually,
second.
before you say that, I think we probably, I would like Mr. Costanza to weigh in, but as I understand it, the parking was not a condition of the grant. It was a requirement of the underlying zoning regulation. We are not waiving any of the underlying zoning regulation. So if your parking requirement 55 meets the underlying zoning regulation, that's fine, unless there was some specific condition or something that made the board want to have some minimum number that you can clarify through the resolution.
Okay, we have way more than the required parking, but we can clarify that in a submission.
Okay.
Correct, Andy? Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Just making sure you know that, the person doing the zoning too agrees.
Yeah.
And then the other item also, we believe that the boulder really does, as Commissioner Brown pointed out, protect us from the residential neighbors, and we haven't heard any complaints, and we keep the site beautifully as pointed out, but if you want us to send like a certified mailing or something, letting the neighbor know that if they have any comments, we could do something like that.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that. You can just reach out. It can be an informal, just call in and say, hey neighbor, do you have any issues with it? And if they,
yeah. Sometimes it's really hard to get in touch with our neighbors. That's why I'm saying that's why mailing sometimes is easier, honestly, than figuring out how to get, because you don't know if.
I think you would have sent out a mailing notice anyway as part of your requirement here.
Mm-hmm. We can give it a try.
sorry.
I guess I'm just saying it's hard.
Okay, all right, do
Sorry,
it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, the mailing requirements for this type of application wouldn't have been to the neighbors. It would have been to the representatives.
It's an extension of time or term?
Terms. Bruckner's extension of term, correct?
Extension of term, yes.
Yeah, but it was not required to the neighbors.
Okay, it was not required.
Stanza?
All right, so just send a certified letter and ask.
Yeah, because then this way the tenant or whoever lives there will get it, so it'll be the right person.
Got it.
And then lastly, the big issue, are aware of the changing regulations, but we wanted to ask your recommendation because this doesn't expire and, until a few months from now. Maybe we could see what happens in the next few months and if anything moves along, and then we can revise our application, because obviously we would prefer to get 10 years, but we also don't want to file a late application. So we were kind of mixed about what we should do here.
Right. So see, I don't know what's the clock, when the clock ends. We're in February, let's say end of March, April, May. You'll be well before June 17th, right?
Yeah. And so I guess we have no problem putting this on hold for a few months. It's whatever.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, if that's what you want, that's fine. And we understand that.
And we want 10 years, but we don't know how it'll work out.
I would say then put it on hold.
Yeah.
And let hopefully the text would get adopted in a manner that you're wishing for. And then it will give us an opportunity to do so. Mr. Costanza, do you want to add anything to it?
No, that's fine. I would only suggest it's not removed from the calendar, but put on some time in the future that's amenable to the
I would
applicant.
say let's do it sometime in July.
Okay. Works for us.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what shape the new statutes will look like and what does that mean for this application. So yes, but we can accommodate that.
Yeah.
That makes sense to us.
Yeah, we can close it and then call it for a decision in July. How about that?
Perfect. And
And
we're
that
dealing
would
with this on many types of applications, so we totally understand.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 6465, oh, sorry. Oh, God. The case that we're currently discussing is 278-86 BZ Volume 4, 1677 Bruckner Boulevard, the Bronx. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475 and press the pound sign. Excuse me. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute since you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to be notified, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you have been accepted, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I'm just looking at the timeline in the city planning.
That makes sense.
It will be certified in July?
It has already been certified. It's in public review.
Public review,
It's
sorry.
in undergoing public review. The public hearing was held on February. So the 60-day hearing period for the commission has already started.
No, that's fine.
I'm just trying to see what is the
March, April, February, March.
And I guess I would say if your office gets an update that is not July, we're open whenever.
Yeah, we may have to move it accordingly. I'm just I was hoping I could give you a more concrete no, unfortunately, I cannot find the timeline. Can anybody find it? I mean, I'm not able to find it. Okay, all right.
Yeah, you want to make a motion to close?
All right, motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Hartley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, closed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. New cases, continuation of new cases, item number 416-87BZ, volume 3, 547, 551, West 133rd Street, Manhattan. This should be Mr. Neil Weisbard.
Yeah, I see him and I've put him in the panel list. Yep, he should be in.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Shabeta, Commissioners, Neil Weisbard on behalf of the applicant.
Is anyone with you, Mr. Weisbard?
No.
No. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Neil Weisbard on behalf of the applicant. I did attend review session and just had a couple comments. There was a mention about the compliance chart and updated photographs. We did submit photographs from the outside of the site and from the inside of the site looking out, as well as a compliance chart that confirms that the site is operated in compliance with the previous grants, with the exception of obtaining the certificate of occupancy on time. However, CO was obtained a little bit after that time, but this application seeks that extension of time to obtain a C of O.
Okay.
We have community board recommendation.
Yeah, I just see there is a community board recommendation
Yeah,
to
I'm
approve.
just looking,
Yeah,
I'm looking back at any emails. Sorry.
yeah. No, we did receive it on
December.
in December, I think. Yeah,
And they recommended approval, yeah.
yeah, they recommended approval.
Okay.
So the question is, there is an objection from fire department.
Yeah, so I did receive that on Thursday. I've spoken with the operator Prestige Auto, who's going to coordinate with Auto Pro. We will resolve these objections as soon as possible. And we're hoping that the hearing can be closed. Maybe give us 2 to 3 months just to be safe. And once those objections are cleared, we'll inform the board. I mean, those violations are cured. Excuse me.
I think I had did you say you provided the compliance chart? I did not see it.
Yeah,
I did not.
I provided it twice, once in the original application and once in notice of comments.
Don't
Certificate of inspection and compliance, it's titled.
Yeah, I see it.
Where?
November 21st, 2023.
Hmm.
That it? Wait, hold on.
November.
I think, wait, I might.
Probably it's certificate of inspection and compliance. I
Oh,
titled.
no, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one.
Certificate of inspection and compliance is a different thing from compliance chart.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a different animal.
Yeah, so we will send you a sample. It's basically what it requires is for you to go through all his past grants that the board has over the years, the board has approved, and go through each one of the conditions in a chart form and indicate which ones are still applying and are in compliance and which ones have been superseded. And you just go through every 10 years or whenever the board approved this. So we can send you a sample.
Thank you.
Project manager, please send a sample to Mr. Weisbard of the compliance chart. And that needs to, because this way it will let us know on if any prior conditions that are still applicable, if the site is complying with it or not.
Okay.
I have one question, and that is regarding, based on the photos that were provided, I see an excess banner. So you need to make sure that your signage is in compliance with the underlying the
Okay,
grant.
so we'll take updated photographs to show compliance.
Yeah, okay. All right, any questions or comments? Does fire department need to say anything?
No, Chief Daly, do you wish to speak on this matter? Listen, he's got his hand up.
Oh, hold on, I'm trying to.
He has his hand up, sorry.
Trying to. Yes, I will change. Okay, yeah. Chief Daly?
Video, short video. Okay. Thank you for allowing me to join the panelists. I heard Mr. Weisberg's testimony requesting to close the application and that it will take 3 to 4 months to comply with the issued violation. The fire department has no objection to the board closing this application.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, any other comments? Let's go to the public then.
I just want to say for the record that the statement of facts doesn't contain a section called compliance. It doesn't have a section entitled
Right.
compliance.
Yeah, I think applicants submitted in different, some use the compliance chart in the statement and kind of go through the details, some provided as a separate.
Yeah, but the applicant indicated that there is a section in the statement that's called compliance. I looked at the statement.
It doesn't.
and It doesn't. Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so we'll send a sample, so I think.
Understood.
Then we'll send one.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so the case we're currently discussing is 41687BZ Volume 3. Do you want to put the screen up? Thank you, Ms. Prenga. If you wish to comment on this, dial 646-518-9805 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to be identified, please raise your hand, Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you've been accepted, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Once you've been recognized, since we keep forgetting.
Mr. Weisbart, how much time will it, oh, you said 3 to 4 months. Right, and then by the.
2 to 3 months, I think we can handle it all.
Yeah, and then you'll also submit the compliance chart accordingly.
Yes.
Okay. And updated photos of the banner removed. Okay, all right.
No one has called in and no one raised their hand.
All right. So I'm going to make a motion to close and keep the record open for 3 to 4 months. Mr. Weisbart, please coordinate with the project manager.
Will do.
Okay, motion.
A motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibata,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 17, 247. Thank you, Mr. Weisbrot, sorry.
Aye.
24708BZ, Volume 4, 3454 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
This is also Elise.
Aye, just me on this one.
Only you?
Mhm.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to state the whole, Jesus. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. I spoke to the owner about fixing up the landscaping and the graffiti, getting rid of the graffiti. That is not a problem. And similar to the other case we just spoke about, he would obviously prefer 10 years. So if we can have a similar timeline to the other application we had just discussed, that would be much appreciated.
Okay.
And we can submit photographs in the meantime of the cleaned up site.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Let's go to the public.
Let's go. We are going to the public. The screen, Ms. Brinker, thank you. We are currently discussing 24708 BZ Volume 4. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-8996-0475 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Ms. Polliter, sorry, one of the proposed text feature of the zoning for economic opportunity is streetscape improvement. And in there is, even though it has not been adopted, one of the recommendation is to allow for art wall. So
since we have the time, I can mention it to the ownership.
Just something to think about, as an alternative.
Because they probably have to clear it with Starbucks.
They need to clear out the graffiti anyway, and it may come back. So the question is, how do you want to address it in a more permanent manner?
Understood. That makes sense.
Yeah. Commissioner Shedder also noted there was a typo on page.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Page
We'll
2,
fix
paragraph 4.
Got it. We'll fix it.
Along, it's.
Our commissioners read every line.
Great. Sometimes when we revise things, things are missed. Sorry. I don't like to print, but sometimes when you read things in print, it's easier to see it.
Hey, we sometimes review cases and we see the drawings, and I'm still asking for the width of the pathway, even though it's written there at 6 foot.
So, yeah, thank you.
Being human.
So I'm, again, on this one also, I'm going to make a recommendation to close, keep the record open for you to submit whatever necessary documents. And then we will schedule this for decision after the adoption of the, or whatever decision, the outcome of the ZOE text.
Makes sense. And we also probably will have to update the application anyway for the new text, I'm assuming, so.
Yeah, exactly. And this goes for both the applications.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to state a motion to close?
Motion to close, sorry, yeah.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibata,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Bolidere. Item number 2018-46 BZ 2205 East Second Street, Brooklyn.
This is Lyra Altman, and I see her. I've allowed her to join in as a panelist.
Good afternoon, Ms. Altman. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments. And please, I didn't hear you too well, but is your volume up?
Can you hear me, I hope?
Yes, now I can hear you. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Altman.
No problem. Good afternoon, Lyra Altman from Law Office of Lyra Altman. I did attend your review session this morning and heard your comments. believe the only comment was from Commissioner Yoon requesting an affidavit from the architect, and I will be glad to reach out to the architect to provide that.
Any questions or comments from? Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2018-46BZ 2205 East Second Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475 and the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to be recognized, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hands at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Ms. Altman, how long will it take for you to provide this affidavit?
We should be able to provide this within a week.
Okay, great. After the time runs out, I would like to make a recommendation that we close it and we schedule it for February decision, February 26th decision.
February 26th?
Yeah. Okay, motion to close.
Chair Shonda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chubetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Ms. Altman. Appeals calendar, continued hearing items 2023-14A, 1707 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island.
Okay.
This is Mr. Patel?
Yeah, I just let him in.
Okay.
And we also have Mr. Daly. Yeah.
Okay. I don't see, where is he?
He just joined.
Okay. Mr. Patel, could you put your computer on? Your video on, please?
Mr. Patel, please turn your video on.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. I hope you're not driving, sir. I'm sorry, I don't mean disrespectful, but you're in the car? Can you please stop your car or pull over? He's driving.
Mr. Patel, we cannot hear you.
You are
I hear
muted.
you.
You're muted. Oh boy, he's driving.
He's driving. Oh.
Yeah, let me just pull over on the side and
Yeah, please do pull over and join us.
okay. Sure. Okay, now.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session. This is the name.
Sheikh Patel for Ashok Architecture Design. And for the you want me to make a statement?
Yes.
Okay, for this I know some question was raised about the markings, 3 foot wide marking. That's painted for FDNY access.
Yeah,
And,
my question was for the fire department, but
Right.
Yeah, I don't think there was much questions or clarification we had.
Right. I
Only
think we
thing-
addressed all the FDNY had some objections on the filing, we had addressed those. And
And we need to, we will send you a language. A note needs to be added to the plan stating that, that since the site is partially in the AE flood zone, board is not waiving any of the underlying flood.
right, that has been included. The note has been included in the GN 100 sheet. As
Did you-
per,
I'm sorry, Mr. Patel, I'm sorry to interrupt you. When I emailed you, the comments from the commission, did you send me a submission? Because I don't remember seeing it.
yes, I sent it to you, and that statement was included in the filing that I sent.
When was this? Friday, Thursday?
It was Thursday, I believe, Thursday or Wednesday. It's
I
but
don't,
it has been added. The statement has been added.
Huh.
And we also put in the non-dysfunctional booth, which is just there.
Right.
And we also added the flood zone map, also AE zone.
Right, that I,
Showing the,
yeah, because then I sent it to Chief Daly,
okay, so
so
we addressed all the comments from Chief Daly.
yeah, I didn't see that.
no.
Regarding booth.
Let me see, I'm getting email. Wait. Hold on. Spray.
So we're showing the one that's operational, one is that is decommissioned.
Okay. Okay, that was Friday.
There is a submission on Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, from,
Yeah, the 9th.
yeah, it says,
It's booth.
okay, it
Who's
says
filed
flood
that?
regulation, including Article 2, Chapter 4 of the zoning resolution and Appendix G of the New York City Building Code as applicable shall be complied with as reviewed and approved by the Department of Buildings. Fine.
Okay, so I'm
That's
sorry, I
there.
apologize,
Okay,
thank you.
yeah.
Fine. Okay.
Okay, good. The question I had was for fire department, the 3-foot wide, is that the width of the fire lane, or is that I was just curious.
It's the width of the fire lane. The whole purpose is to prevent the fire, prevent parking on that side of the road, so that we have full access for the FDNY.
Correct. And as per the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, they recommend a 3-foot wide striping, and that's it. It's not not an access lane for a fire apparatus. It's just to discourage people from parking there.
Yes.
To let them know, don't park there. That's
Okay.
all.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification because
Understand.
it was meant for the trucks completely, but this,
Yeah. The chief's asked that question too, so.
okay, great. So Chief Daly, you're satisfied with the revised drawings?
Yes, ma'am. I have no further objection on this application. I will submit a letter of no objection, probably by Wednesday.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right.
Do we need any?
Chair, I don't think they submitted the revised checklist. I did check, and it seems that the type 2 checklist still lists it as a type 2 and a type 1, so that just needs to be corrected.
All right. Okay, so we need that. Mr. Patel, so we need
Yes,
the
so what,
type 2 checklist
Corrected.
corrected. We need the type 2 checklist corrected. It needs to
okay,
be,
That one,
Okay.
that's. Yeah.
okay.
Thanks.
All right, let's go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2023 14A 1707 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. If you wish to discuss, dial 518, sorry, 9805, or the toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are recognized, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I'm going to make a recommendation that we close this. because all conditions and all documents have been received.
Just waiting for the clock to run out, Mr. Patel.
Okay. Nobody has called in. I then make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
All right, we will schedule this for decision. I am hoping we can do it for the March,
March 11th.
March 11th. Unless it can be done sooner, we will let you know. You don't need to attend the decision.
Okay, don't disappear, Mr. Patel. 2023-15A through 2023-18A, 8226 South Conduit Avenue, Queens.
Yes.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Ashish Patel.
Okay.
Mr. Patel, with regards to this one, the application is not very clear to us as to why it is even before the board. Typically, we see two kinds of GCLs. One is a GCL 35 and the other one is GCL 36. GCL 35 is for properties that are on the bed of a mapped street. In this case, and GCL 36 is for properties that are not fronting on any mapped street, built or unbuilt. In your case, not only is your property not on a mapped street, it is fronting on a mapped street, but that is unbuilt. We would like, I'm not sure why this, I mean, from what I'm seeing, it's almost like an as of right project. You just need to go to DOB and submit your plans, as of right plans that complies with zoning and develop your zoning lot. Unless as
Well, we went to the DOB and they had a flag that this is an unmapped street.
well,
And
no,
then-
it's very much a mapped street. Your survey shows it. Your survey
Right.
shows it is a mapped street. And if you look at the zoning map shows
Right.
it mapped street. So
We made two attempts to get the waiver of this requirement, and the two times they said,
no,
Mr. Anthony Marbit of the DOB, he said this is a DSL the issue, and the BSA has to get involved. So,
I don't see how the BSA has any involvement in this because your property is fronting on a mapped street that is unbuilt. But that street needs to be built, and that is your responsibility to build that portion of the street. In
yes, we can build it.
DOT.
But I'm saying the DOB, why did they get this flag up that we need to go to BSA in the first place? I'm saying that. Is it some because they couldn't see the map street, or is it that's something they overlooked, or?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Did you talk to the DOB?
Yeah.
person who gave you the objections, or you just got the objections and you submitted them to us?
No, I tried two times to get a waiver of this requirement, and the two times they said you cannot get the waiver. You have to go to GSL. I mean, you have to go to BSA.
Okay.
for their recommendations.
You do not go to DOB to get the waiver. I feel like there was a miscommunication between DOB and the applicant in.
Okay, this is what I would,
No,
say. I
there's
don't,
no
want-
miscommunication.
okay,
They stopped the plan examination process in the middle because they said you cannot go any further because this is an unmapped street. That's what they said.
yeah,
Madam Chair, our general counsel, Chase Vine, has his hand up.
Thank you. If I just may make a clarifying statement for the record. First off, this is a mapped street. Second, the DOB objection is a correct DOB objection because General City Law 36 prohibits development upon both unmapped and undeveloped streets. Therefore, the Department of Buildings cannot, and third, pursuant to General City Law 36, it's not the Department of Buildings, but BSA that is entitled or has the jurisdiction, therefore, to waive General City Law 36, insofar as waiving the requirement that a house obtaining a CO or a building obtaining a CO front on both a mapped and developed street. Here, this street is mapped. It is not fully developed. Therefore, the Department of Buildings issued the objection under GCL 36 because it is not a developed street.
Okay, we accept that. Now, how can we go back to DOB and get them to start the plan examination process? Do we get something from BSA in writing? Official writing that we can go ahead, proceed with the DOB plan examination? The BSA be able to provide something in writing?
okay.
I believe the board had a question as to whether there was a hardship in fully developing this mapped street. And if that was possible or a practical difficulty.
And Mr. Chase, if I may also intervene, wasn't there a question about the performance bond at the Department of Transportation?
The General City Law 36 statute states that alternatively, instead of seeking a waiver of General City Law 36, a applicant may, or a developer may, provide a performance bond to the Department of Transportation for the cost of improvement of the roadway. Here, there is a mapped street that is not improved. Upon information and belief, development of this portion of the roadway would basically waive the necessitation of the GCL 36 requirement.
Yeah, I think I would say your response should be more in with what Council Vine said is since there's an alternative that is through the performance bond, you need to provide your justification as to whether performance bond would address this issue. If it does, then you just go and build it as of right. You don't need to come to us.
Yeah, but the DOB, they will require some sort of document.
No.
To start.
I think you need to go to the performance bond is between DOT and you.
I'm saying the DOT comes after, but the DOB will not go ahead and move with the process of review and plan examination without some approval or a letter of statement from BSA. I think
I think we're going around in circles. So I'm going to suggest this, that please you coordinate with our counsel, General Counsel Vine, and our executive director, Carlo Costanza. And please, I would say, I think there is some miscommunication somewhere along the way that's happening. And I think this requires a little bit more of a discussion between you three to figure out how to clear out that miscommunication.
Because we started the BSA process back in March 2023, and we have been trying to get the BSA approval or waiver in this case, and then nowhere was this discussed from BSA, and now at the hearing we're finding that there was no need for a hearing or something.
No, I think you're gonna be in good luck. We're in good shape now because you're gonna have the aid of our general counsel and our executive director to aid you and find the best way to move forward on this project.
Okay, hopefully we can get something.
Yeah, and I think what
Okay.
we are trying to help you with is that you don't even need to be before us. You can just, if we can clear this matter out, you should be at DOB and working with DOT to do whatever you need to do as of right.
Okay.
So
Okay,
Chair, I just wanted to ask, is it your position that this application is not ripe yet?
yes, absolutely not. I think it needs to be, first of all, I think there is an as of right solution and that needs to be explored. And if that's explored, this application should not even be before us, let alone right.
So you want to dismiss?
No, I don't want to dismiss it. I want to keep it here and let our counsel and Mr. Patel talk this through and figure out the right course. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, let's go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2023-15A through 2023-18A, 8226 South Conduit Avenue, The Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475, press pound. At the next prompt, you will press pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to be recognized, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Excuse me. Okay.
Council Vine, I'm considering closing this. Is that under the circumstances, is that reasonable?
It's up to the board. I legally, I have no problem with that.
Commissioners, what do you think?
I'm okay with that.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, we'll keep the record open if anything changes, and we can open it and start with the discussion if it's needed. I am hoping it would not come to that. And Mr. Patel, the reason I'm asking you to talk to our general counsel and hear the reasoning and follow through is because if there's no clarity on it, we really do not have much choice but to deny this application, and that's not what you want. Okay?
Deny, what does that mean?
Because we don't have a ground to approve, deny, or we will have to, I'm not sure, it's too early for me to say anything even. At this point, we just don't, so you have to meet the hardship argument for GCL 36. And so far, the hardship argument has to be established based on why. And that clarification is needed. And one of the elements that Council Vine pointed out is the performance bond. Are you having difficulty getting a performance bond? What is the issue with DOT? What are those are the factors that need to be laid out clearly in order for the board to even consider it if there is a hardship. Right now, we do not see the hardship. And if we don't see it, we cannot approve it. So either it would be dismissed or it would be denied. And I don't think it's an outcome you want. So please discuss this in detail and try to understand what Council Vine is stating and the process involved and how it needs to be navigated with DOB and DOT. And that is something you have to do. We cannot do that. Okay,
And how soon can we get a decision?
but
How
I'm-
soon can we get?
I'm not sure that's exactly what you're gonna want just yet. I think the best, your best, what the chair is trying to explain to you is that I think that you will be sooner in resolving this issue when following and hearing from both general counsel and our executive director. We've closed the case. Hopefully, in the time between the two hearings, the next hearing, you will have a resolution to this matter.
yeah,
Okay, so you want to close this?
right, yeah. Yeah, I want to close this.
Okay, so motion to close?
Yeah,
Chair Shondo,
aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Our
Thank you.
council and executive director will be reaching out to you soon.
Thanks.
Okay. Item number 21, 2023-30A, 625 Midland Avenue, Staten Island.
This would be Ron Rosati.
Yeah.
Why is this up?
Here's Anthony Robinson.
I do not know.
I think we can take down the screen until it's time for the public hearing.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Mr. Rosati.
Mr. Rosati, is Mr. Robinson a part of your team?
No.
Okay, you don't need to be sworn in. Just state your name for the record and respond to the board's comments at review session.
Sure. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Ron Rosati for the applicant. I don't believe there were any comments for me to address. On Friday, though, we did submit updated plans addressing fire department comments by increasing the width of the stairwell from 36 to 44 inches. Other than that, I have nothing else to add to the record.
Okay, and you did receive the DOT letter of no objection with recommendations.
Correct. Yes, we have that.
You will take their recommendations under advisement and follow up as necessary.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Rosati? Let's go to the public and maybe Chief Daly can weigh in at that time.
Okay, you have comment, put the screen up, Ms. Brenga. Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2023-30A, 625 Midland Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 890-8996-0475 and the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Chief Daly has his hand up. Do you want to take testimony?
Yes,
now?
yes.
Chief Daly?
1 second, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm just opening the plan now. Fire department has no further objection to this application and will submit a letter of no objection by this Wednesday. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, that's great. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you. I mean, thanks to both of you for your expeditious review and turnaround to the comments. Appreciated. I have no other comments, so make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetha,
Aye.
Commissioner Yu.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, you are in the room. If you have not heard your case today, there might be cases that are on tomorrow that you might be calling about. If you have heard and you missed it, you may missed giving testimony in today's cases. You can submit at bsa.nyc.gov. Zoning cases, BZ calendar cases are being heard tomorrow, sir. So that is 2023-27 BZ, 3199 Bedford Avenue, 2023-35 BZ, 11-17 Bay Park Place, Queens, 2023-53 BZ, 92 King Street, Brooklyn, and 2023-61 BZ, 1865 Ocean Parkway, Brooklyn. If those are the cases that you were, one of the cases that you wish to comment on, please, please loop in, Please register for tomorrow's hearing. Thank you.
We will try to schedule this for either 25th or for March.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Stay safe.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, this
Bye-bye.
concludes I'm sorry. Thank you, Ron. And thank you, Mr. Chief Daly. This concludes the public hearing for February 12th, 2024. Thank you, one and all.
Yep, thank you all.
Thank you. Stay
Okay,
safe.
I don't know what that guy. Okay. I think I gave enough structure.